morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. An Oregon pilot who hit a federal employee with his vehicle in Yellowstone National Park last year was sentenced to 2 years in prison and fined $10,000 on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that David Tyler Renee was facing a maximum of 20 years in prison and up to $250,000 in fines, but his attorney argued.
Apparently, Renee was on a lot of medication, including a new blood pressure medication that gave him some pretty adverse effects. He was saying that he experienced some high blood pressure, some tightness in his chest, and all of those factors combined made it a pretty stressful experience for him.
Renee was convicted of a felony for going the wrong way on a park road to bypass waiting traffic before driving into a flagman working for a road crew who was commanding him to stop and turn around. Bottlenecked traffic nearly 3 miles away from the State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, wasn't enough to stop a Wyoming state lawmaker from paying his respects to the late Charlie Kirk. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports Wyoming State Representative Scott Smith decided to walk the almost 3 miles on crutches in 100-plus degree temperatures.
He said he felt led and there were all these obstacles, but he still felt like he needed to go. And once he was there, he said he felt this urgency to shun evil and pursue good as a nation.
Smith and his wife, Carissa, said they drove to Denver, then flew to Arizona early Saturday and set out for Kirk's funeral hours before sunrise on Sunday to get into the memorial. The National Transportation Safety Board is investigating a ruptured natural gas pipeline that exploded in dramatic flames on Sunday, stopping a Union Pacific Railroad train carrying hazardous materials on its tracks west of Cheyenne. Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports that no one was harmed in the explosion that could be seen up to 60 miles away. The surrounding terrain experienced significant damage.
There wasn't any sort of major mishap that could have happened, clearly. So I think that this was something, a catastrophe, possibly averted. We're still trying to find out more details. And we don't know the damage to the train, but we do know that the railroad repaired the tracks.
Aerial images showed cars on the train heavily damaged or charred. The ruptured pipeline is owned by Kinder Morgan, an energy infrastructure company. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
A lightning strike killed 2 elk hunters who went missing September 11th in southern Colorado and were found dead on Thursday. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines spoke with the coroner who investigated the incident that killed Andrew Porter of Asheville, North Carolina, and Ian Stasko of Salt Lake City, Utah.
He said usually with lightning strikes, it's obvious. You have entry and or exit points where the bolt or the electricity went through the body. That wasn't the case with these 2 young men. He surmised probably what happened is a bolt struck a tree that they were standing next to, traveled down through the tree and went into the ground. And then ground conductivity is what gave them a fatal jolt.
He said the 2 25-year-olds were found fully clothed and didn't show any outward signs of trauma. Meteorologist Don Day points out that lightning should be taken seriously by anyone who recreates in the outdoors. He says lightning does not follow many rules and everyone should have respect for its dangers and its unpredictability. Hundreds of people in cowboy hats spent hundreds of thousands of dollars during the 44th annual Buffalo Bill Art Show and Sale in Cody this past weekend. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that there were plenty of intense bidding wars, high-priced pieces, and surprises.
93 of the 103 pieces that were in the show sold during the live auction. And then the next morning, the excitement was palpable. It's well over $1 million that'll be distributed between the Buffalo Bill Center of the West Dakota Country Chamber of Commerce and the artists themselves.
Between Friday night's live auction and Saturday morning's quick draw auction, the Buffalo Bill Art Show and Sale brought in more than $1.2 million. The amount will get even higher once additional sales from the 2 silent auctions and other sales are tallied into the total. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Ships. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Ships, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and it's a Tuesday. Just checking. I kind of lose track of the days of the week sometimes. Here's what's going on at the Cowboy State Daily in the last 24 hours. That Oregon man, I think this sentence is kind of harsh. I need to see the videotape. And I'm not saying David Renier was right when he ran into a flagger, the 67-year-old. He was obviously having a bad day. And he said so. And his wife said so. And they said it was a rough day. It's one of those days where you got to pee, your medication is bothering you. Yellowstone traffic you're up to your eyeballs in that, and you know, a lot of things can get you to the point of road rage, no doubt about it. But you gotta stop short of running people over. Now, that's why I need to see the tape. Like, did he really use his vehicle as a battering ram and like bang into the flagger? Or was he just one of those asshats who drives on the shoulder of the road when everybody else is lined up? Like, you're at the flagger's got you all stopped, and it's usually a motorcyclist, and you cut them some slack because you're like, well, he's on a motorcycle, he can fit. But any car that drives down the shoulder, like, dude, I had that idea too, but we don't do that in society. This is a civilized world. I got to write that down to ask Kevin Meyer. Hold on. Oh, I got to drink coffee. I got to write that down. I got too much going on. I need a secretary. This is a definition of a civilized society right there. You can be a mountain man who hasn't shaved in a jillion years, liver-eating Johnson, and your best friend is your donkey, and nobody asks what you two do at night when you're sleeping. You can be that kind of guy who eats ants and is just shuns society. Or you can join us and be a part of society defined by you don't drive down the shoulder of the road when we're all stuck. Any of us could do that. You weren't the genius that thought of that first. We don't do it because we're part of a civilized society. I don't even know how to write that down. This is why I'm not a great Pulitzer Prize author. That's a super idea, right? Isn't this a great notion? Isn't this a Jack Handy thought? Civilized society does not use the shoulder of the road. There's my note to Kevin Meyer when we talk to our resident cowboy later. I don't know how else to define it. So this dude, this Oregon dude, they keep calling him an Oregon pilot. Like being a pilot is your definition. Is that going to be on his tombstone? Here lies David Renier, pilot. Okay, so you can fly a plane. So can a lot of people. We don't run around calling ourselves pilot. He's a Bend, Oregon. Why don't we call him a race car driver? Not for what he did in Yellowstone, but if you Google the dude, you'll find out that David Renier was a member of the National Hot Rod Association. Is it a surprise that he ran over a flagger in Yellowstone? He used to race back in the day. Look him up. He used to race. He's a Bend, Oregon native. Back in his 50s, he used to race a 66 Chevy Nova. Oh, that is so cool. I used to have a Chevy Nova, and I didn't appreciate it back then. It wasn't tricked out. It was just a Chevy Nova, which wasn't cool back then. It was cooler than the VW Punch-A-Bug, which I ended up driving as well. But a 66 Chevy Nova, David Renier used to race that. Semi-professionally. He was an amateur, but member of the National Hot Rod Association, NHRA. That was back when he was 51. He's 67 now. And when you get in your late 60s, you got to pee every 30 minutes, pretty much. Plus his medication, plus Yellowstone. You can be the most rational. You can be the Pope. You can be somebody who's been sainted, knighted, and recognized for their patience. And I put you in Yellowstone traffic for a half a day with the kids screaming in the back seat. Yeah, we'll see how you do. So I get the circumstances, drove Renier, excuse the pun, drove Renier to drive into a flagger. But I need to see how bad, okay? Because the guy did a wrong. He drove the wrong way, or he drove like an idiot. Join the club. Anybody who's driven in Yellowstone, he drove like an idiot because he had no patience, and he had a me first attitude. That, in my mind, is a misdemeanor. Okay, fine the dude, whatever. Tell him, you know what, maybe the park's not for you. You get a 3-year ban to Yellowstone. Don't come back if you don't pack your patience. But it's the part where he uses his vehicle as a potential deadly weapon. And because this is a federal, and I didn't mean to get way into it. I'm supposed to be just hitting the highlights of all the stories, but all of a sudden I have this keen interest in Renier, the race car driver who ran over a flagman. Convicted of a felony for going the wrong way on a park road to bypass waiting traffic. And he got to the flagman's like, I appreciate all your ingenuity here for getting this far, but you're stopped. I'm the flagman. And he apparently he tried to use his Jeep. The judge said Renier used his Jeep and made the vehicle a, quote, deadly weapon. Which was used in a way that was intended to do more than frighten the employee. Again, is there videotape? And I don't want to belittle the flagger. The flagger may have been scared. The flagger also had some things to say. Remember, the flagger had a quote. Oh, don't start, Cat. flagger talked to his fellow flagger dude and said something about the guy. Oh, I can't remember what that quote was. But it was he said something, and it was a quote that indicated that he wasn't that afraid for his life. He was more like, check out this hothead. He almost ran me over. Renier's wife called her husband a man of God. Oh, wow. A man of God does not wait in traffic. Wow, that's pretty lofty praise there. Put the old Charlie Kirk tag on him. A man of God, huh? Well, Renier faced a maximum 20 years in prison and a $250,000 fine for road rage. I think it's going hard. And what he got sentenced to was 2 years in prison. Renier said the incident ruined his trip. That was back when it happened. I mean, he's since apologized to the flagger. He's since come up with a lot of excuses why he couldn't wait in traffic. You're going to have to wait, Cap. But at the time, he said that happened the first day he was in Yellow. First day of vacation that happened, and it ruined his vacation. Well, we'll see what 2 years in the joint does to your vacation. 2 years in prison. We'll get back to that story because there's a lot there. Cheyenne City Council finally did it. They did it, boys. They read the final ordinance, third ordinance, to make it a law not to make noise in Cheyenne. I like it. I'm all about it. That's probably because I'm old. People do not need to make noise with their vehicles on purpose. Some vehicles are louder than others. Harley motorcycles are loud. But to purposely make your vehicle loud and then to choose to drive it at 2 a.m. and then to choose to rev it loud at a stoplight at 2 a.m. on a weekday, those are your choices. And your choices have a $100 consequence for the first time, $200 for the second offense. Sorry. And anyone who objects to this, there was one person, everyone who objects to this is under the age of 25 because you want to make noise with your vehicle, or you worry that it's going to be unenforceable. It's too gray area. There's no part in the ordinance that says if there's a certain decibel level. Hey, if it can't be prosecuted because it's too gray legal area, no problem. You just hand out tickets like candy and then make these hotshot 19-year-olds with their loud mufflers modified to be louder, make them come to court and make them hire a lawyer, bring a lawyer, and then prove that it's unenforceable, saying, well, loud, there's a lot of gray area here. Was I too loud or it depends? And yeah, okay, you win the case. Meanwhile, you still have that loud car and you drive it home from, shut up. And you drive it home from court and it's making a lot of loud noise and you get another ticket, right? The dude, another ticket. Make him come back to court and again prove his case. Just keep writing tickets. Doesn't have to be Loctite, airtight, solid, enforceable. Just keep writing the tickets and make them come. Pretty soon, they're going to change the muffler on their car. You watch. They may win every case. I was written 10 tickets last month and I won them all. But I missed work on Thursday, Tuesday. I got fired because I missed work. I'm out of money because I had to hire this lawyer 10 times. Who cares if it's enforceable? Just keep writing the tickets if they want to be loud in Cheyenne. It was lightning strike that killed those elk hunters. That's hard to believe. I don't even know how you figure that out. Both elk hunters that no signs on their body, no entry, no exit wounds from the lightning. The theory is from the coroner, lightning hit a nearby tree, but the tree shows no sign of being hit. I don't know. How do you piece that together? The coroner of Canais County, Colorado, confirmed Monday was lightning strike that killed the 2 elk hunters, primarily because there's no other evidence of what it could have been. No hypothermia. The coroner believes they both died quickly, instantly. Their hearts stopped, both of them at the same time. The only thing you can figure out is lightning hit a tree, traveled into the ground, came back up through. I got to get this cat outside. He's driving me nuts. This is the only big-time radio show that's being held up by a cat. Back in a minute.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake is back. In other news, there's a cat for sale. A free cat being given away in Jackson, Wyoming. I resisted throwing him outside. Oh, man. Let's do a quick weather forecast. Actually, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, let's do a weather forecast. Stop the music. Good. Let's do weather. Chance of rain in Casper in the front end of the day. By Afternoon, it'll gradually become mostly sunny, 65. Riverton, a little soggy start, and then sunny, 68. Evanston, sunny, 61 today. Chance of early morning rain like right now in Green River, and then mostly sunny, 64. Pinedale, little foggy start. Sun will break through, 63 the high. Alpine's coming out of a deep freeze. Freeze warning until 10 a.m. Along with fog, the sun will break through, get you to 70 eventually in Alpine today. DuBois, foggy start. Sunny afternoon, 62 the high. Freeze warning up until about 10 in Jackson as well with fog. 68 sunny in the afternoon. Thermopolis gradually clearing, sunny skies, 71 in Thermop. 69 in Cody under sunshine. Buffalo, sunny, 67. Sheridan, you'll start with fog and get to sunny and 73. Gillette, sunny, 70. Newcastle, mostly sunny, 72. Torrington, chance of rain in the morning, mostly cloudy in the afternoon, 68. One of the few times you'll see Torrington rainy and coolish, while the rest of the state is warmer. Rarely happens on the eastern plains. Rain likely in Cheyenne, breezy, 53. The high today. Laramie, the best you're going to do, 50 with rain likely, while the rest of the state is 20 degrees warmer and sunny. Laramie, what's your jealousy meter today? Oh, you poor guys in Laramie. Chance of rain mainly before noon in Rawlins with high 56. That's the weather forecast around the state. The Cheyenne teacher faces new charges after more than 2,000 child abuse images allegedly found on his phone. Why? I can't wait till we don't have to say allegedly anymore with Brian Rell. Just give it up, dude. 55-year-old was out on bond. I don't know how this guy made a $500,000 bond. It wasn't a cash surety. I think he had some company step up. I wanted to ask Claire, she'll be on tomorrow, if you lose your bond, if some bondsman, bail bondsman bails you out of jail so you can be out, puts up $500,000 on your behalf, and then you're rearrested for basically the same thing that got you in there, do you lose your bail money? Probably not, because you didn't skip out. You didn't miss a court hearing. You didn't go on the lam. You didn't take off. But you were rearrested. I wonder if that affects your bond. The bond's probably revoked by now. The rearrest of the Cheyenne teacher who was originally accused of touching young ladies inappropriately right there in the middle of class. I think he was that teacher that had his desk in the back of the room. Well, that's your first sign right there. Teachers used to have their desk up front by the chalkboard where we could all see. With all the class kids facing the chalkboard, your desk is behind them. That's when the trouble starts. Student molestation case that is being pursued since May 20th. There were several incidents of this teacher doing stuff both above and below the clothing, or atop and underneath the clothing, however you say it. And Brian Rell is out on $500,000 bond. And then the investigators, the light bulb comes on at the investigation department there at the Cheyenne Police Department. They say, let's check out that guy's phone. Because if he's allegedly touching his students, there's probably some junky stuff on his phone. So they got a warrant. They checked the phone. Sure enough, 2,100 images of children, some as young as 4. being sexually abused. Videos as well. Forensic download recovered 2,102 images of child abuse, 8 video clips, and 5,372 internet web searches where it was obvious Brian Rell was allegedly looking for pictures and videos of children. The Cheyenne Police Department Detective Damon Hall said the videos and photos were children ranging from approximately 4 years old to 16 years old and appeared to originate from Europe. Males and females alike depicted almost completely new. Okay, that's enough of that. Yeah. So I think we should start, unfortunately, sadly, disgustingly, we might have to start a tally because these kind of guys are in trouble, caught under suspicion like once a week in Wyoming alone. And then across the country, these are not isolated incidents. These appear to be a real problem. A society that thinks it's okay to drive in the shoulder of the road and knock over a flagger, thinks it's okay to have your way with minors. Why do these guys seem to happen like more frequently? Like church leaders, teachers, or just really creepy dudes. And some people will say, well, it probably has always happened, but it just appears now that we have so much internet and media, it just appears like these cases are on the rise. Well, tell that to the 12-year-old that's been molested since he or she was 8 years old. You know what? It just appears that you're being abused more these days. No, I think society is going to a bad place, a dark place. We don't like things we hear and we shoot people for it. We don't like to wait in traffic, so we run over flaggers, and we cannot control our urges, so we touch kids. Yeah, I think there's more to it than just it appears that society is misbehaving more. It appears there are more and more pedophiles. No, there are more and more pedophiles. Solution? Build more prisons. Build bigger jails. And keep people in them for longer amounts of time. Maybe that will deter the next guy who thinks it's okay to do A, B, or C. It's probably not, because you go to prison, and if you think life's hard on the outside, wait till you get to the joint. I don't know I don't have the solution for crime, but I got no problem building more prisons. I saw a map the other day that showed which states have more detention centers than colleges, as if that's the defining, the be-all and end-all definition of enlightenment and a real society. California, of course, has more colleges than jails, not surprisingly. Oregon, Washington, New York. Every liberal state had more colleges and universities than they had detention centers. Most of the rest of the states had more jails than colleges, which seems right. There are more criminals than there are college kids, unfortunately. And if overcrowding is an excuse to shorten sentences and go light on crime, no, that doesn't work. Build more. We'll find the money. Build more. Make the criminals build them. Jeez, they won't even make license plate no more. Make them build the house they have to be in. Make criminals build their own cages. Build more. Build more jails and prisons. And when they get filled, build more, build another one. Cheyenne, no, I don't want to get into that story yet. We do have a ton of guests coming up today. It's going to be a fun day. Lots of discussions ranging all over the place. We're going to talk cattle. Why is the beef market? I mean, it's encouraging for ranchers. That's great. Cattle ranchers finally getting paid money that's worth it to have cows. Here's the problem, though. You and I are paying way more for a steak when we go out to dinner. And despite prices being really up for beef, a lot of stock growers can't expand their ranch because of drought conditions, fear of screwworm, and high land values. In fact, those three reasons are why beef prices are so high. So when it seems the cattle industry could take advantage, finally, beef is up. The Chicago market, isn't Chicago where they tell you what all the prices are for everything, right? They tell you the beef prices are up. That's really encouraging unless you're a rancher and you're like, well, I'm running 60 head on 3 acres. I can't get any bigger. I can't get a grazing lease. There's no water on my property. And they tell me the screwworm's going to be here any day. And I'll lose everything. Yeah, we're going to have an expert cattleman on, Andrew Copen, to talk about that. That'll be fun. Sharon Felser will join us. Jackson Hole Book Festival returns, I think, this weekend. And you'll get to meet some big shot authors, and it's all about books. Claire and I love that. Claire and I read. The rest of you watch movies or listen to books on tape. That's not the same. Read a book today. Be better. Caleb Callahan will be on. He's the Senior Director of Financial Crime Unit at Synovus Bank. He'll tell you how to avoid fraud and what banking institutions are doing to help you avoid bad purchases. Something that looks so good on Etsy or Facebook or whoever these AI companies, they don't even exist. They're trying to sell you crap or trying to sell you nothing at all. Fraudulent charges. How do you guard yourself in a world that's fraught with fraud? Caleb will tell us. He'll be on to tell you what to look for. Tim Shepard just voted to some high-ranking position, Kiwanis International, selecting a trustee, Tim Shepard. He's out of Cheyenne. If you're from Cheyenne, you know Tim. Jimmy Kimmel's back on the air tonight, but who's going to air the show? Several syndicates say they're going to run news instead. They're not interested in the return of Jimmy Kimmel. Be interesting. Sinclair is one of them. Sinclair owns a whole bunch of ABC affiliate stations. They said they're not going to put Jimmy on. They're going to run news instead. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. Claire McFarland has a story about Wyoming lawmakers, leaders are talking about self-driving vehicles, and they're talking with the folks at Tesla. Is this going to be the future? Automated driving. Why do I resist it so? I have my reservations. Yeah, I mean, here's why self-driving, autonomous driving vehicles make sense. Supposedly, there's numbers being thrown around like 500 to 1,000% more efficient. This is a quote from, obviously it's a quote from Elon Musk, the tech giant, Tesla CEO himself, who is really a big driving force, and again, excuse the pun, a driving force in automated vehicles. Musk throws the number around saying there's software update increase. Software increases the value of gigantic asset base. I don't even know what that means. Elon Musk is operating on a whole nother level than I am. He's either super smart or he's so stoned on ketamine that I can't understand a word he's saying. Basically, what he's saying is when robots drive cars, they do it 500 to 1,000% more efficiently. That I don't doubt. The efficiency of automated vehicles, I don't doubt that aspect because I've seen you drive and you're terrible. And I've seen him drive and her drive and everybody's driving is really bad. It's not your car that's bad. It's not your truck that's really, you can't operate it very well. And unfortunately, the barrier to entry for a driver's license has gone down and down and down and down. To get a driver's license today, you need a pulse and you have to be able to fog a mirror with your breath. That's about it. The guy who tests you, the person who goes out on the driver's test with you, he's so scared to even be in the car with you for 10 minutes, he can't wait for it to be over. He's like, you pass, you're good. They don't even make you parallel park anymore or do anything challenging. It's too easy to get a driver's license, obviously, from seeing who has one and who's operating a motor vehicle. So I have no doubt that a robot car can drive itself way better than you can, than humans can, because we're terrible. We don't drive good. We make bad choices. We get impatient in Yellowstone traffic and we run over flaggers. Would the robot car do that? Probably not, but therein lies why I'm going to well, I just can't get all the way there. I'm a lot of the way there with robot cars because I do sense they will drive better than most humans. They got computers, front, back, side. They know everything that's around them. They make decisions quicker than we ever could. Real-time decisions, driving at 60 miles an hour and a dog runs across the road and that car will probably screech on the brakes faster than you and I will. Because you and I aren't paying attention. That deer jumps out in the dark. Your car already saw it. Your car's got infrared. Your automated car. Your robot car already saw that deer quarter mile ago. With infrared radar or heat-seeking, whatever it is. And it was already decreasing your speed and pumping the brakes a long time ago. And you're probably in it going, what's wrong with my robot car? Oh, look at that. That deer just ran across the road. You and I would be yelling at the kids. We'd be on our phone and wham, we hit the deer. So in that way, yeah, the robot cars, automated driving, sounds like a huge improvement. And I'm almost all the way there, except I hear stories about how the automated car ran over a mom in a stroller because it was making a decision between hitting a dog or hitting a mom in a stroller. And the mom in the stroller to the automated robot car looked like another dog. So it was just, I don't know. I'm not explaining it good, but sometimes the robots don't make good decisions. Sometimes human factor could make a better decision. And I'm not quite ready to have, for instance, a school bus of kids, students, being driven by a robot. Neither is Wyoming. In fact, that was cited as one example of where some lawmakers and leaders are going to say, I don't know about autonomous driving. I'm not ready to put one in the school bus. But a lot of lawmakers in Wyoming trying to get out ahead of the issue have been having talks with Elon Musk, including Representative Mike Yin from Jackson. He said he might be all for a test market for Tesla. And he's been talking to Tesla, by the way. And he said, it makes sense to have Wyoming be used as a testing ground for, get a relationship going with Elon Musk, have Tesla come here and test some of its robot cars in the state of Wyoming because we can't afford to do it. Mike Yin said the Wyoming legislature might not be keen to fund the pilot program on its own. No, I doubt it. I don't doubt we have the money to do that. And Mike Yin says, I think about cost all the time. And I suspect the legislature would not be a fan of fronting the cost to try something like this, but maybe a company would. Doesn't have to be Tesla, but any company that makes autonomous driving vehicles. And they say, hey, Wyoming, can we test it out in your state? We think we got it fine-tuned. It looks pretty good. There's only been a few crashes in California. We think we got it worked out. We're driving robot semi-trucks in Texas, and it's working. Can we try it in Wyoming? Wyoming leaders are thinking about it. That's the whole point of the Claire McFarland story. They're saying, well, for one, we need some rules because there's no laws in place with self-driving vehicles. No liability laws, no anything. So lawmakers got to think about what kind of laws they want to make. There's going to need to be a whole slew of laws, according to David Pope, one of Mark Gordon's liaisons to the Select Committee on Blockchain. They'll need more laws. House of Reps killed a bill just last year that would have licensed insurance rules, would have started the ball rolling when it comes to robot driving, robot cars, autonomous driving. Last year, it went to a vote. Actually, it was longer ago than last year. It was a few years ago. House of Reps killed a bill that would have established some rules, licensing, insurance, and stuff like that for autonomous driving vehicles. The vote died on a 29-29 vote of the floor. 2 reps marked excused. So that was pretty close. You can see the writing on the wall. It's coming. Yeah, I got to make some rules for it. And would Wyoming leaders be willing to make the state a testing ground for companies like Tesla who manufacture autonomous driving vehicles? That's the future. It's coming. Like it or not, I'm nervous about it. I'm not sure about every decision made by a robot car. They can make decisions faster, but we know how challenging it is to drive in Wyoming in the winter. And even for the best of drivers, can a robot do it better? That's what you got to ask yourself. Think about that. I'll give you 3 minutes. We'll be right back. Cowboy State Daily Show continues.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Cowboy State Daily show on a Tuesday. Thanks for spending your morning with us. Comments section in the Facebook for the Cowboy State Daily news stories of the day. Charlie said, let's see one of those autonomous driving vehicles navigate I-80 in a blizzard. I want to see the video. Might be a good one to watch. In fact, put one of these Wyoming lawmakers in the passenger seat as the vehicle drives. I actually think the robot car would drive I-80 in a blizzard probably better than the human. Maybe not. I mean, these robot cars, they got the all-wheel drive. The wheels sense the surface. They sense the slickery surface. The vehicle can see better in a blizzard than you and I can. I think a robot car can drive better on I-80 in a blizzard than you or I. It probably wouldn't overestimate its abilities like you and I would. We would drive fast thinking, oh, I got this. I've done a lot of blizzards. And there's the problem. One other thing that robot cars would do that would be more efficient. I'm almost talking myself into robot cars. The only reason I don't want them is pride. I want to drive. I don't want my wife driving. Heaven forbid. And I don't want a robot driving. I want control. I have control issues when it comes to driving. Driving's too fun. It's too American. Americans love to drive. Europeans love to get on a train. That's fine. Ride your train everywhere. Americans want to burn gas and drive. We don't want no robot doing it for us. But one autonomous driving advantage would be the robots could drive better in traffic. The big reason we have traffic is because there's too much of a gap, too many braking and fast. If you ever watch a chain, like if we had a drone and we watched a chain of cars in traffic just come to a stoplight, you got some cars stopping too early, some slowing down too early, some stopping too late. And then when the light turns green, you got some cars too slow to advance, some too fast to advance, and then they got to brake because they thought the guy in front of them was going. And that kind of bad driving causes these chain reaction. It's not a chain reaction crash, but it's a chain reaction like slowness. If we all moved in perfect unison, if all robots were driving the cars and kept a perfect 2 feet distance between the one in front of them and behind them, which the robots could do better than us, they could drive like NASCAR at Talladega with 2 inches of separation, and they would move in unison, and traffic would flow a lot better with robot cars than it does with humans. So there's another advantage to autonomous driving. But again, I'm still not ready to go there. I have my reservations on turning over the wheel to a robot. I turn over the wheel to Jesus. Right, Carrie Underwood? Jesus, take the wheel. The guy who wrote that song just died recently. Did you know that? What's his name? I'm going to look him up. Jesus, take the wheel. Yeah, that's a great song. That's a metaphor much deeper than just driving. Brett James died in a plane crash. Songwriter, Christian songwriter known for the song Jesus, Take the Wheel. Sung by Carrie Underwood, of course. And sort of irony, it would be more irony if Brett James died in a car crash, but he died in a plane crash. His wife as well, stepdaughter. Oh, sad. Yeah, Jesus can take the wheel, but not a robot. I need to drive. But a good comment from Charlie. He wonders how these autonomous driving vehicles would do on I-80 in a blizzard. I wonder too. I am in the minority. Well, I'm in the majority thinking when I say these pedophiles and these sexual deviants that are getting with kids should be locked up. All of them, lock them up. And when the jails get full, make another one and lock them up. And Kim says, amen, on that subject. Just lock all these creepers up. And Christine said, these guys, when I speculate on why does it seem that all these guys, there's too many, people like church leaders and teachers touching kids. Christine says they put themselves in positions with children around. That's a good observation. If you have tendencies, or if you feel like you have tendencies towards children, you feel like you have a sickness, Nabokov, maybe you shouldn't get a job teaching. Maybe that's a bad idea. Don't put yourself in temptation. Yeah, I must be in the minority, according to a lot of the comments on this story. Cheyenne City Council approves, finally. They made their final reading on that noise ban. And it is an issue that pits, can we be American on one side, and can we be American and noisy and loud on one side, or do we have the right to have peace and quiet at 2 a.m? And it gets down to an issue that comes up a lot. What are your rights and when do they infringe on mine? You have the right to drive a car with no muffler at 2 a.m, but I have a right to get some sleep. But I'm in the minority here. A lot of people say, oh, Tanner says, I'm sorry, I thought this was America. Commenting on the story about the Cheyenne City Council approving controversial vehicle noise ordinance. I'm on the other side. I want my right to not have to listen to your car that you've purposely made louder. But I don't know. I might be in the minority on that one. We'll revisit that. We'll get the temperature from our guests, see what they think today. Meanwhile, we got to duck out for top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming officials are contemplating talks with carmaker Tesla about a potential self-driving vehicle pilot program within the state's government fleet. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that officials are also talking about making laws around liability and function pertaining to autonomous vehicles.
The governor's liaison to the blockchain committee was like, look, we're starting some very early talks with Tesla about even if they want to do a pilot program here in Wyoming, it could lend some efficiencies to the government fleet, but we also have failed in the last 4 years to pass legislation around liability and definitions. So that's something that they want to lock in too as they have these talks.
David Pope, one of Governor Mark Gordon's liaisons to the Select Committee on Blockchain, Financial Technology, and Digital Innovation, delivered a presentation Monday about what he called the need for state laws around autonomous vehicles. Wyoming is still the flagship for a water-efficient data center under development in Evanston, even though the company building it has recently inked a deal to build more of its innovative data centers near Dallas, Texas. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that founder Trenton Thornock wants to bring opportunities and jobs back to his home state.
Prometheus Hyperscale was founded by a sixth-generation Wyomingite, Trenton Thornock. Trenton, has grown up in the Evanston area. He had a pretty high-caliber career in the financial sector. He put together large projects. So I guess when he retired, he was looking for something to do, and he wanted to bring jobs to Wyoming, opportunities to Wyoming.
Thornock says his focus is still in Uintah County, and interest in the Evanston data center has been spiking. He's already had 2 prospective tenants ask for letters of intent. An Oregon pilot who hit a federal employee with his vehicle in Yellowstone National Park last year was sentenced to 2 years in prison and fined $10,000 on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that David Tyler Regnier was facing a maximum of 20 years in prison and up to $250,000 in fines, but his attorney argued.
Apparently, Renier was on a lot of medication, including a new blood pressure medication that gave him some pretty adverse effects. He was saying that he experienced some high blood pressure, some tightness in his chest, and all of those factors combined made it a pretty stressful experience for him.
Renier was convicted of a felony for going the wrong way on a park road to bypass waiting traffic before driving into a flagman working for a road crew who commanded him to stop and turn around. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Hundreds of people in cowboy hats spent hundreds of thousands of dollars during the 44th annual Buffalo Bill Art Show and Sale in Cody this past weekend. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports there were plenty of intense bidding wars, high-priced pieces, and a few surprises.
93 of the 103 pieces that were in the show sold during the live auction. And then the next morning, the excitement was palpable. It's well over $1 million that'll be distributed between the Buffalo Bill Center of the West Dakota Country Chamber of Commerce and the artists themselves.
Now, between Friday night's live auction and Saturday morning's quick draw auction, The Buffalo Bill art show and sale brought in more than $1.2 million. That amount will get even higher once additional sales from the 2 silent auctions and other sales are tallied into the total. And Pete Simpson Jr. learned early that sometimes the most powerful thing someone can do on stage is say nothing. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Simpson is celebrating a 29-year run as Blue Man number 9, the most prolific performer in Blue Man Group history. Simpson tells Cowboy State Daily that he will stay in the...
Pete graduated sometime in the late 80s, went on to Denver for graduate school, and then heard about this new phenomenon happening in experimental theater called the Blue Man Group.
Simpson tells Cowboy State Daily that he will stay in the theater world, but not as a performer. He'll still be teaching at NYU and Harvard. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Howdy, good morning. Not too many people have sympathy for the Bend, Oregon man who impatiently hit a flagger in Yellowstone when he didn't want to wait in traffic. He experienced the ultimate in road rage. He was going the wrong way, trying to bypass traffic, and then finally culminated his road rage, rash, bad behavior behind the wheel with hitting the flagger. Now, I don't know how hard the flagger was hit. I don't know if the flagger was injured. I would like to know that before I pronounce my sentence, but he was sentenced, this man, to 2 years in prison. Prison, y'all. I still think that's hard, man. When you think about what other people do, drug dealers and stabbers and like criminals, and they get off with, 6 months probation. I think it's hard. I think they went hard on him, but again, I might be in the minority here. The comments are many people not very forgiving, certainly not ready to forgive, including 2 flaggers, 2 ex-flaggers. As someone who has been hit while flagging, says Elisa, I hope this driver was fine the max. Flaggers, we're not trying to ruin your day or ruin your vacation. Just respect us. That goes a long way, Elisa says. Don't run us over. Another ex-flagger says, I used to work out there, and it's very dangerous. A couple times I had to run to the side of the road, said Ron. He didn't get enough. 2-year sentence. The comment from David Renier, the driver from Bend, Oregon, who was just sentenced to 2 years in prison. His one of the comments to come out of his mouth, I don't believe in court. I think he said this, way early, maybe during his arrest, or like there was a quote out of his mouth saying this incident ruined his vacation. That's not very sensitive. That's wrong thing to say. But we all don't have a, press agent. We all don't have a lawyer handy 24/7 to keep us from injuring ourselves with dumb comments. This ruined my vacation. Yes, that's not what this guy's being tried on, but that did not help. In the trial of Facebook, that comment does not play well. A lot of people are saying, oh, sorry, your vacation's ruined. What about the poor flagger? His whole line of defense from the attorney seemed to indicate this guy is so sick and hopped up on meds that he didn't know what he was doing. Well, how does he have a pilot's license? Everybody wanted to know. If he's in that bad a condition, he's got high blood pressure, he has to pee every 2 seconds. How does he fly planes? Yeah, that's what Carla wanted to know. Where does he go? In other words, where does he pee while flying in the air, where you got to fly a plane? Like, good question. My favorite comment, though, is he won't have to go far to find a place to go to the bathroom now. Oh, yeah. In your prison cell, the toilet's right there. Don't worry, you're never far from the toilet in prison. Curtis says it was his own asphalt. His own asphalt. Good one, Curtis. Don't mean to make light of David Renier's situation, 2 years in prison for the flagger thing. I still want to go back. Somehow, do we have links for it? Jackson Walker wrote this story, but earlier, the actual incident Cowboy State Daily covered in it was, I believe, Claire McFarland, who was writing that original story. That's when we get the supposed quote from a flagger to indicate how bad the flagger was injured. And I don't believe the flagger was injured very badly. In fact, the flagger talked to another flagger in a joking manner regarding the incident. So if you're going to admit Renier saying, this ruined my vacation, you should also admit in the Facebook court of law, the flagger saying, this guy got arrested for almost hitting me. I got to go back and see what that quote is in an attempt to be somewhat accurate. How do I find that? Oregon pilot who hit Yellowstone flagger. Yeah, I want to stay on this subject because it is the story of the day, according to the Facebook traffic. A lot of people engaging, a lot of people sharing, commenting. Oregon pilot convicted. Oregon man. Yeah, Claire McFarland had been following this. Yeah, see, the Oregon man has not done himself any favors. His original claim was the flagger jumped in front of his Jeep. Okay, he's tried everything, David Renier. The flagger jumped in front of my Jeep and tried to stop it with his hands. That was his original line of defense, I think, before he lawyered up. No, actually, his attorney Ryan Wright of the Wright Law Firm, I think, tried that one first. The Jeep, the guy jumped in front of my Jeep. That's the classic. That teen who stabbed another teen in Casper. She jumped into my knife. She hit my fist with her face. Yeah, the flagger jumped in front of your Jeep. Where is the quote I'm needed? He had to go to the bathroom really bad. And the flagger jumped in front of his Jeep. Oh, here's the quote. Okay. One of the flagger that was hit asked, I think when a park ranger showed up, the park ranger is right. Is that true? Yeah. The flagger who was hit and supposedly injured said, "Do you think this is something I can sue the guy for and maybe get some money?" Then the flagger also said, "What if I say I was too scared to ever flag again? Play the system, you know?" These are alleged quotes from the flagger captured on somebody's body cam. So again, I go back to, I want to see the videotape. Show me the video. Didn't happen if there's no video. And I'm not trying to take the side of David Renier. As I said, we should all pack our patience when going to Yellowstone. We should all learn to be part of society. You don't dodge the line. If you're in traffic, you're in traffic, dude. We've all been in traffic. You're not special. Just because you got to pee. We all got to pee. We're all on medication. We're all road raging. Okay? You're not anything different. You're not anyone special. And you can't just run over people that are in your way. But I don't know how aggressive, because that's what the charge is. Driving the wrong way to dodge traffic is not a felony, even in Yellowstone. The felony was using your motor vehicle as a potential deadly weapon. That's what it comes down to. So was Renier driving the Jeep in a manner that a flagger could fear for his life? When I see flaggers saying something like, "You think I can sue this guy? Maybe get some money?" And when the flagger says, "What if I say I was too scared to ever flag again? Play the system, you know?" Then I wonder to what degree the Jeep was a deadly weapon. Not excusing David Renier's behavior. I'm just thinking about putting a 67-year-old guy in prison for 2 years. It just seems pretty hard to me. Now, the guy feeling up his students in the Cheyenne Elementary School, who's also got a bunch of smutty photos on his phone, 2 years wouldn't be nearly enough. Put a 0 behind that. Put 2 zeros behind that, too. I want to go hard on that stuff. I don't know. It's interesting. That's why we have a radio show, to talk out these stories, see what people think. Don Day will be here in a moment. Let me open the Zoom room. We'll get a weather forecast going. Don missed us yesterday. You had a note from the doctor. Yeah, I guess, when it comes to the Yellowstone dude, I might be in the minority with how hard we're going on the dude, because we got flaggers saying their life has been threatened. It's a dangerous job. We got all of us who have been there, done that when it comes to being in traffic, and then some Yahoo thinks he's special. Yeah, that guy should get punished, fined, but was he trying to use his Jeep as a deadly weapon? I don't know. Tom says technology is good in many aspects, but when it starts limiting human thought, interaction, and imagination, it becomes a slippery slope. Yeah, we're talking about autonomous driving cars. How far are you willing to surrender the wheel, metaphorically, to robots, to AI? You ready to give up driving because the autonomous vehicle does it better? The robot does it better? Maybe. I'm 50-50 on that. You ready to give up songwriting because the computer does it better? And they've done studies now that show that a song written and performed by AI, by a robot, not even a human, no human element. And this is the part where we make our last stand usually in the arts and humanities, right? That's why they put the humanities in the same title, art and humanities. That's where we think we excel over robots, over computers. No computer could ever write a book so moving or a song so touching or paint a picture more beautiful than a human. And we got centuries of evidence to back that up. We got Van Gogh and we got Chopin. We got some of the greatest creators ever who have done works of art that will stand the test of time. You're telling me a computer can do that? Apparently they can, because they've tested songs written and performed by a computer. They've tested art completely generated by a computer and found that humans preferred those over actual human stuff a greater percentage of the time. What does that tell you? That is scary. I'm ready to let the robot drive the car. I don't know if I want the robot writing hit songs. Man. Okay. That's a deep discussion. Let's get Don Day over here and see what Don Day thinks about everything. He's joining us right in midstream, right in mid conversation. Don, you're joining us right in midstream of thought. I was talking about autonomous driving vehicles. Are we ready to surrender our car, our pickup truck to the robot and let it drive? I don't even let my wife drive. Like, I want to drive, man. I don't want the...
Do you really want to go down that route?
She's right in the next room. She knows. I'm the best driver out there. The rest of you might benefit from having a computer drive your car. Believe me, I've seen.
Well, I'm not ready to give up all control. That's for sure. However, my pickup truck does have that lane assist, and it does also have, if you're on the interstate, you can hit a button and it will, keep you. If you're driving tired,
yeah,
it's kind of a nice thing. Because that feature, it will, if you doze off, it watches your eyes, it'll wake you up, it'll shake the car, it'll do those things. So there are some things about it that I like, but I don't like the idea of computer programs controlling everybody that's doing 80 miles an hour. I mean, there's what could possibly go wrong?
Well, I don't know. That's where I think it could go right. Because have you ever seen like a overhead video of a traffic line, and you see how it gets all snarled up because everybody's moving different. This guy moves forward, this guy has to stop. And it just, what if everybody was moving together as a comprehensive one brain coordinating the movement? If all these computers could drive like Talladega NASCAR 2 inches from each other, we could all flow at 80 miles an hour. The computers would do the work.
Yeah, but in Wyoming, that doesn't happen here. So I'm just going to go straight from autonomous driving. I want my flying car. If you can't drive your, if you can't control your car truck anymore, get me the flying car. That's the next step.
Yeah,
that's just a lot more fun to me.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing the tech they put in cars now, though. All of it preferable than the rumble strip. I get so annoyed at the rumble strips that are like, they're not even off the lane, what they call the fog line. I didn't even know that was a term, but the line going off the shoulder of the road. Sometimes the rumble strip is right on the fog line, and sometimes I'm driving on that line. I'm using that road on purpose. I'm not asleep. I'm making that conscious choice. My car, I'm shaking my whole truck apart on them dang rumble strips.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I had a truck that just the rumble strip vibration can knock one or two parts off.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
The rear view mirror falls off. I'm like, I am not asleep. And my truck is falling apart with them rumble strips. They're making them more aggressive. And sometimes they're not like on the, anyway. Robot car. You got robots forecasting your weather. You can just kick your feet up and let the computer models do all the work.
Well, I'll tell you don't want the robots running the weather. I'll tell you that.
What are them hot European models saying about our weather today?
Well, first of all, I've got to say that we saw over the last day here some fabulous and badly needed rain in parts of the Bighorn Basin, over the fire area around Thermopolis, an inch and a half of rain in some places, a big rain in Rock Springs and Grand River and Rawlins. Carbon and Sweetwater counties have been really dry. So a real shot in the arm there. And we do have winter weather advisories for the southern mountains today. So hunters are getting rained and snowed on up in the Sierra Madres and the Snowy Range. So good moisture. That part of the state really needed some. So good news there. But really, once we get by this, Jake, the rest of the week and into the weekend is looking like we go back to some really nice September weather.
Yeah, I'm seeing mid 70s, sunshine, beautiful day. Good. Get out there and check out the colors and do hunting, whatever you need to do to get outside. Yeah. Sounds good.
This weekend, it's the last weekend of September. Usually, some of those, that's some peak color in some parts of the state. And I think we'll have some good weather for a good backdrop there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you, Don. Appreciate it. Have a great Tuesday to you. Let's take a quick break, and we got another special guest coming up. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after this.
The Seroptimists of Cody are inviting you to join them for their 17th annual Run for Hope, Saturday, October 4th. This 5K, 10K chip timed walk and run starts at the Rec Center at 9:30 a.m. with a kids race at 9. Proceeds support the Laney Cole Memorial Women's Cancer Fund. You can register for $35 in advance, $40 the day of the race. Discounted kids and student rates are available. You can register at Sunlight Sports in downtown Cody or online at runsignup.com. See you Saturday, October 4th for the Cody Seroptimist Run for Hope.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah. You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner.
Go. Excellent. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. Yeah. Oh, I thought you were on my team. Wait.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, moving along on a Tuesday. Caleb Callahan joins us. Caleb, I don't have video on you, which is okay if that's how you prefer to roll. If you're in the witness protection, it's up to you. That's fine.
I wish I could be on video today. I'm
okay.
I do not have it set up today.
Yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure it wasn't, human error on my part, which it usually is. And human error on my part when I click on the wrong things. I want to talk about financial crime. I want to talk about like fraud and making bad decisions pretty much on the internet. I don't know if it's exclusively the internet, but the day after the internet was invented, internet fraud was invented. It's crazy. Senior Director of Financial Crime Unit at Synovus Bank, head of enterprise fraud, Caleb is the guy responsible for detecting, investigating fraud. He develops strategies for you to work better with your bank. And he's gonna teach us just how to be safer out there, mostly on the interwebs, right?
It's not just on the interwebs. It is the biggest and most growing losses these days are coming through scams. So people who reach out to you and try and have you access your own accounts on their behalf.
Okay. Well, I happen to know somebody in a personal friend of mine that is a very smart person that fell for the old jury. You missed jury duty scam, and they have you go to some Bitcoin ATM to do Bitcoin business. I mean, that's a big one, right?
That is a big one. What the fraudsters are doing these days is really preying on, normal human emotions. So you want to make a connection with someone. You want to not get in trouble with the law. You want to help someone out, or you just want to make a bunch of money. So all those things that are normal human behaviors, they're adding a bunch of urgency to them and then getting you to pay money quickly. And so it is, you owe money for the tolls, you miss jury duty. Those are huge scams, and they're successful because people just don't want to get in trouble.
Yes, they prey on your fear. By the way, Caleb Callahan is joining us on the show this morning. Caleb's a graduate of Bucknell University, Go Bison. One of the underrated Little Ivy schools in Pennsylvania. I love Bucknell. That's where this guy got so smart. Let me ask you, Caleb, who's on the other end? Who's the bad guy in the dark? Is it AI? Is it some computer? Is it Russians? Or is it just a bad guy that's figured out how to, scam? Who's on the other end?
Well, there is AI involved in a lot of these, but there are large compounds of people who are willing and largely unwilling in Southeast Asia, whose entire job it is to make money through a lot of these scams. And so what they're doing, they have playbooks, they have procedures and protocols on how to connect. And you get those random text messages that are saying, "Oh, who is this? I lost your number." Those are just opportunities to get the toehold in and try and create a connection and then play it out from there into a relationship or an investment opportunity or anything they can do to start building trust with you.
Caleb, you're speaking my language. Everything you've mentioned has happened to me. From the hail damage, we're going to inspect your roof, to the random texts like, "Oh man, I saw your phone number in my contacts and I recently lost my phone. I forget who you are." One of those deals. What are some of the things we should be looking for? What are red flags? Obviously, when we're asked to go to pay some fine in Bitcoin, that should tell you something. Bitcoin's not a mainstream currency yet. When we're asked to buy a gift card, come on. But what are some of the scams out there, and what should right away raise our spidey sense tingling?
Yes. Last time I got one of those texts, I responded and say, "Why don't we just skip the relationship building and go straight to the investment you're going to offer me?" And they never responded after that.
Yeah, good one.
But I mean, the first and foremost is urgency. And the second is that they're contacting you. They're reaching out. Now, a lot of times it's, hey, they're going to not ask for something up front. They're going to build a little trust. One of the most dangerous ones is your bank calling you to validate some transactions. They're preying on transactions we send out. So notifications we send as a bank to keep you safe. They're now picking those up and say, oh, not picking up the transactions, but they're taking that same communication and now creating a fake version of it to get you to talk to who you think your bank is and reset your password. So it's those types of urgencies. And if you ever feel this pressure that like you're going to get in trouble or you have to make the payment, what they're doing with that urgency is not having you not stop and take a breath and think, wait, why am I paying for my toll through Zelle? That doesn't really make sense, but it's so urgent, like just get it done, get it done. If you take a step back and say, all right, I'm going to hang up and call you back at the number I know and trust, those types of actions are what keep you safe.
Good point, Caleb. Caleb Callahan, he's made a living doing this now. This is what he does. Senior Director of the Financial Crime Unit at Synovus Bank, Head of Enterprise Fraud, Caleb Callahan, offering some good advice. Now, you mentioned banking institutions. A lot of times the bank can play a key role. They can come alongside as a partner here to guard against this because, after all, the banks sometimes put themselves on the hook for this money. So what should your relationship be with your bank? I bank through Capital One, for instance, and there are certain websites where if I try to purchase something with my Apple card or something, it'll say, you know what, we don't honor purchases that way from this website. That's a red flag. The bank can help you in protection. What should your relationship be with your bank?
Your bank, we are here to do everything we can to keep your money safe. It helps us and it helps you.
Yeah.
So we have education materials out on the website. We have a fraud hub on Synovus.com that we're putting information out about the latest attacks, scams, and best practices. Your banker can help you look at where you have vulnerabilities, especially if you're running a business and you're using our banking platform. Let us help you set up the right roles for your people in that platform. And if you ever do have a loss, I have a team of investigators whose sole focus it is to secure your account and then try and recover your funds if you have lost any. And so we really try to be the right partners. My goal is to kind of work myself out of a job through education, but since that's probably not going to happen, at least hopefully have people stop and think twice about why they want to send some money to someone they maybe haven't met in person.
Yeah. Caleb, are you able to talk a little bit about the scale of some of these scams? Now, there's small time ones. There's, a grandmother gets a supposed contact from the granddaughter who's in prison in some foreign country and she needs like $20 or something. But there are large scale companies are victims. Big businesses are victims of scams. Right here in Idaho or Wyoming, there was a school. They're building a new elementary school, and they got ripped off they sent millions to a wire that was nowhere. It wasn't the wire fraud. It was wire fraud. The money was wired to like Africa or I don't know. They got nailed bad.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not new attack methods. It's, hey, here's a fake invoice or a new invoice or change who you're paying for these materials. But what they're doing is they're leveraging generative AI on top of it to build that trust. And so you can build really, really strong looking fake documents, fake invoices. You can use voice clones to be able to make someone think that you are someone else. So they change, I updated my bank account for this payment. Can you make that update for me and send that payment? Those types of things are really a lot easier to do these days. Scams cost the U.S. $12.5 billion in what was reported last year, and that's just a fraction of the total because so little is reported.
Ugh, it's horrible. It's good advice from Caleb, who tells you two things you can do. One, remove that sense of urgency. It doesn't have to be right now. Pause, take a minute. And then two, be the one who reaches out. Who instigated that contact? Who called you? Who texted you? Who emailed you? Can I email you back? Can I text you and call you back? Can I be the one who reaches out? And very often that's how you'll expose a scam. Anything else, Caleb, that you can share that's going to keep us safe?
Yes, it's just what you said. It's that awareness. It's not trusting the people who call you and ask you for something, and understanding what's available, what types of scams and fraud are out there, so you can know what the attacks are. Talk to your banking partners, talk to your bank, and stay safe.
Yeah. Caleb Callahan, Senior Director of Financial Crime Unit, Synovus Bank, just one of the banking institutions that's learned to get ahead of it. I hope we can like trace stuff better, Caleb. How can we get, I know people can hide their IP, they can ping some other IP, but man, if someone sends you an email, can't we find out who sent that email?
It's hard. Yes. To some extent, we can see generally where it came from, but there are ways of hiding your tracks.
Yeah.
And really, if that email came from overseas originally, it's hard to prosecute from there.
Well, it's the other side of the sword. It's the dark side that comes with all the positive of internet, but not only internet, as Caleb Callahan. We lost him. As Caleb points out, it's not just internet. There's scams been around forever. It's just gotten different, and it's gotten sneakier with internet. And it's gotten all kinds of international. Be careful out there. Caleb Callahan joining us on the show to protect you folks against fraud. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with the actual Jackie Dorothy, not an imposter and not a fraud. I'm pretty sure. I'll double check for you.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. what to do with hot coals, how to secure your chains, but I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Getting back to it, Cowboy State Daily Show. Yeah, we can't do it without you. Glad you're there, listening, watching. However you consume the product, it's all good. Facebook Live, we're there. X Live, yep. YouTube, check it off. Also on the home website, weekday mornings on cowboystatedaily.com. You can run it back on podcasts wherever you listen and download your favorite podcasts. We're there in the archives. Just type in type in Cowboy State Daily. And then we're on radio stations syndicated across the state on only some of the finer radio stations, those with good taste. KGOS, for example, in Torrington. K-Ray in Cheyenne. They know what they're doing. KTUG in Riverton. Jackson, and KYDT. Sundance. Smart radio stations. You tell them you want more of that Cowboy State Daily Show. You tell them. Let's get into the Zoom room and find Jackie Dorothy, see what she's up to. Jackie's usually it's a walk in the park for Jackie Dorothy.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, literally. Jackie, I just want your life.
The sun was in my way.
Oh, gee, the inconveniences of being Jackie Dorothy. Too much sun, too much outdoors, too much in the park. Wow, I want to be you. I'm inside with the cat bawling, and the raccoon has gotten into the garbage outside. I gotta go clean that up. Yeah, but look at Jackie, just living life, living large. Let's talk.
Well, you live in Jackson, so you really should be out there enjoying that. I know fall is coming here, so it really must be hitting hard in Jackson right now.
I can't afford anything that isn't making me money at every given minute to live in Jackson. There's no time to enjoy. When Scotty Ratcliffe, I know this guy. I'm pretty sure.
He's been around for a long time and has been a public figure. He was our first tribal member, I think, to go to the legislature back in the day.
Okay. I know of him. I know the name. Is he really the reason we have a Wyoming Cowboy Hall of Fame?
He is. And this is just typical Scotty, typical Wyoming, is that he heard that there was a Montana Hall of Fame. So he's like, well, who's in our Wyoming Hall of Fame? And he started calling around, and finally, because he had the access, he went straight up to the top, and they said there is none.
Oh.
So he got together with a couple of other people, Paulette Moss and another, and the three of them brainstormed and came up with it. And I love it because he told me that he says, yeah, I think we each pitched in like $40. We'll do a barbecue, and then 350 people show up.
Wow. It shows how needed it was. Scotty Ratcliffe, when he found out, that's pretty funny to find out that way. They're like, oh yeah, Wyoming Hall of Fame. Yeah, what? Or Montana Hall of Fame. Where's ours? Who's in ours? And then you're told we don't have one. Yeah, that'll get you moving. Well, way to go, Scotty. Smart. And look at it now. Every year people are nominated into that. How many people are in it now?
Well, I think he said at the beginning they were doing 50 a year, and now they're doing about 20 to 40.
Yes.
And so you do them out of every region, and you think we're playing catch up too.
Yeah.
Because some of those cowboys are from the 1800s.
Yeah.
They helped make Wyoming, Wyoming.
Well, in some of the case, I mean, you got to go back to the 1800s just to even get the invite into the Wyoming Cowboy Hall of Fame. I mean, the restrictions are you have to do your job in the saddle for decades. They don't take any Johnny-come-latelys. Like you have to have been a cowboy, cowgirl for a long time.
Absolutely. And one of the things he stresses is that these are working cowboys. He says, we'll put rodeo cowboys in there, what people see, but they want to put the people that are just working the land, quietly doing their job. And he says there are unsung heroes. And it's so true. They really are.
Yeah. Some people know how to operate some fence pliers and a post hole pounder. It's not all riding horses. It's not all glitz and glam in Jackson. There's a lot of ditch digging and irrigation. Oh, man, pulling irrigation hose. Yeah.
We're bringing back memories, aren't we?
The ranching life, man. It's if you've been doing it a long time, God bless you. It's not easy, and it's not all border collie puppies and
well, I don't know about you, but you were in the ranching life. My family had ranches here for a long time, and so you start looking around, and I'm seeing people I want to nominate for this. And so you need to go to their website and nominate cowboys. We need them.
Yeah, I just had, who'd I have on yet? Oh, I had Scott Stanko, Rudy Butch's son, and he talked about how they were running cows in the Gros Ventre in the early 2000s. And I said, who did that in the 1970s? Is a guy named Roy Martin. So you just carried on his tradition, running cows in the Gros Ventre area, Gros Ventre Wilderness. I wonder if Roy Martin is in the Cowboy Hall of Fame. Can I find out? I'll go to the website and type in his name probably.
Yes. Yep. They have the whole list. They have a paragraph. That's where I grabbed the people that I highlighted. I wanted to show that it's not just the ranch managers themselves. It's the people that every day are out there working, the cowhands.
Yeah.
That got nominated as well. The dedication to the cowboy way of life.
Well,
and what I liked is Scotty summed it up. He said the cowboy way of life is about helping your neighbor. Boom. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he gets it. Scotty, you get it. Scott Ratcliffe. I don't know if he ever envisioned establishing the Hall of Fame would be like you said. He just let's make a Hall of Fame. 350 people are there, and he's only got half a keg of beer. We had no idea it'd be so popular. Good job, Scott.
Well, I liked it too. He also told me that it's the Cowboy State is, he says the basketball team, the football team, they're all great, but we're about real cowboys.
Yeah. I think that's what we have going over Texas. I love Texas, but there's a lot of fakiness in Texas with cowboys. Montana's kind of real. Wyoming, definitely real working cowboys. I have been to Riverton at the supposed spot where there was one of the old rendezvous, like where the fur traders, the fur trappers got together, drank a lot of whiskey, and traded their furs, and one of the rendezvous was in Riverton, and it was kind of overlooked. We have big ones over in Teton Valley, sort of in the Jackson area, Sublette County. But there was big rendezvous in Riverton area, 1838. And I guess not that many people knew about it until it got recognized officially with a plaque.
Yes. So what happened is that this is the actual spot, probably one of the only areas that hasn't been developed. And they had to save it in the 80s because they were going to go through and make it into a gravel pit.
Yeah.
And these historians all said, no, you don't understand what this is. So they proved that it was the rendezvous site and it was a historic area. And once a year, they have these reenactments, and people come in with the gear and cook the food. But that's only once a year, and you need good signage. And that's what Kathy Klein was looking at. She's like, we need to have it marked and tell the story of these mountain men. Well, her one sign grew into 14, and now they line the path. You can walk. I went behind the old railroad depot, and it's just adds to that walk, knowing that you can learn the history of Riverton. And it really is a fun history. It's a rich history. And it gives people a reason to stop and stretch your legs.
Yeah.
And just immerse yourself.
That old railroad is when it goes through Riverton, they've made it a pathway, which is really cool because it's no longer the railroad. And when did they start recognizing officially this rendezvous site? Because the last time I was there, it was pretty much a gravel pit. It was a long time ago, and it was not really played up. There was maybe one sign.
She started this a few years ago. I think it's at least been 3 or 4 years. I remember when she started just getting when she gets passionate about things, you can see she gets it done. They raised over $50,000, and you can go on our website, look at the pictures. But these signs is about preserving the history and sharing that story. But at the rendezvous site, when you were talking about that, there is a gravel pit out there. Yeah. And I remember being out there one time when these kids were standing around, and they're like, uh-oh, they'd driven their truck into the gravel pit.
Yeah, and people were dirt biking it. And it was a place for, the high schoolers to hang out and do naughty things late at night. Like, it was a gravel pit and not real glamorous and glorious. So Kathy, great job. Kathy Klein's that her name?
Yes.
Well, good. It should be marked. It should be remembered and signified. 1838, big rendezvous happened right there in Riverton, and we should know it. If only.
When we're talking about all the kids drinking and everything, all I could think of is they're channeling those mountain men. Because
right.
Not think much about it, changed. They were 16, 17, 18-year-olds. We don't talk about that part of it.
Yeah.
We think about him as Jim Bridger when he was an old man. But in those days, they were just in their late teens, early 20s.
Yeah.
So that's who was having these rendezvous and bringing in the furs.
Nearly 200 years later, hooligans get together in Riverton and celebrate. We're just not trading furs, but okay. Good point, Jackie. One final story, Jackie Dorothy. Wyoming silversmith Ernie Marsh presented the National Heritage Fellowship Award. They don't give many of these out.
No. The more I dived into this story, I got to say, it's a coincidence because I was down in Sheridan I guess it's almost been a couple weeks ago, but I met this Jim Jackson, and he was the 2019 recipient and worked with Ernie on a saddle. And so these craftsmen are the best in the world. And the silversmithing, you need to go to the Marsh Brothers Facebook page and just look at the gorgeous work. And what I like about what Ernie does is he's a cowboy first. Just like you, Jake. He spent time in the saddle. He was with the cattle. But he wanted to make his own bits and spurs. And it was a passion he had since he was a kid. And he had the opportunity to train under the masters, the best in the world. And that's why it's such a privilege to have been able to talk to him, learn about the silversmithing. You definitely should have him on your show. It's fascinating to talk to him. I could have made a whole book about what he said.
Yeah. I can't think of the movie. I want to say it was a episode of Yellowstone, but now I don't think so. I think it was a movie. Maybe you'll remember, but it was so true to life. It was about this cowboy seeking out a spur maker, a silversmith, and everybody knew him. He was legend. And you would do anything to find this guy and buy one of his spurs, and you would pay a month's salary for fancy spurs made by a legendary silversmith before you would spend it on beer. And that's saying something for a ranch and for a cowboy. Like, quality silversmith spurs. You would ride 100 miles and spend $100, whatever it took.
And to hear him describe it, he says that you'll look over and you see a fine looking horse. Then as you get closer, you'll see that they have a beautiful bit. And then he said, if you can really get close and get out a magnifying glass, you'll see the fine detail. But he wanted to make sure that his work can be admired from 10 feet away so as not to disturb the horse. That's a true cowboy.
Ernie Marsh gets his due. Only 5 of these awards to Wyomingites since 1982. So that's something. Way to go, Ernie. Kathy Klein, thank you. And Scott Ratliff, you introduce us to 3 legends of the state. Appreciate it.
Wait, I got more, so we'll see what happens.
Oh, good. Thanks, Jackie. Enjoy your walk in the park today on this Tuesday.
I will. It's gorgeous here.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues after top of the hour news. Next.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. An Oregon pilot who hit a federal employee with his vehicle in Yellowstone National Park last year was sentenced to 2 years in prison and fined $10,000 on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that David Tyler Renee was facing a maximum of 20 years in prison and up to $250,000 in fines, but his attorney argued
apparently Renee was on a lot of medication, including a new blood pressure medication that gave him some pretty adverse effects. He was saying that he experienced some high blood pressure, some tightness in his chest, and all of those factors combined made it a pretty stressful experience for him.
Renee was convicted of a felony for going the wrong way on a park road to bypass waiting traffic before driving into a flagman working for a road crew who was commanding him to stop and turn around. Bottlenecked traffic nearly 3 miles away from the State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, wasn't enough to stop a Wyoming state lawmaker from paying his respects to the late Charlie Kirk. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports Wyoming State Representative Scott Smith decided to walk the almost 3 miles on crutches in 100-plus degree temperatures.
He said he felt led and there were all these obstacles, but he still felt like he needed to go. And once he was there, he said he felt this urgency to shun evil and pursue good as a nation.
Smith and his wife, Carissa, said they drove to Denver, then flew to Arizona early Saturday and set out for Kirk's funeral hours before sunrise on Sunday to get into the memorial. The National Transportation Safety Board is investigating a ruptured natural gas pipeline that exploded in dramatic flames on Sunday, stopping a Union Pacific Railroad train carrying hazardous materials on its tracks west of Cheyenne. Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports that no one was harmed in the explosion that could be seen up to 60 miles away. The surrounding terrain experienced significant damage.
There wasn't any sort of major mishap that could have happened, clearly. So I think that this was something, a catastrophe possibly averted. We're still trying to find out more details. And we don't know the damage to the train, but we do know that the railroad repaired the tracks.
Aerial images showed cars on the train heavily damaged or charred. The ruptured pipeline is owned by Kinder Morgan, an energy infrastructure company. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
A lightning strike killed 2 elk hunters who went missing September 11th in southern Colorado and were found dead on Thursday. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines spoke with the coroner who investigated the incident that killed Andrew Porter of Asheville, North Carolina, and Ian Stasko of Salt Lake City, Utah.
He said usually with lightning strikes, it's obvious. You have entry and or exit points where the bolt or the electricity went through the body. That wasn't the case with these two young men. He surmised probably what happened is a bolt struck a tree that they were standing next to, traveled down through the tree and went into the ground, and then ground conductivity is what gave them a fatal jolt.
He said the two 25-year-olds were found fully clothed and didn't show any outward signs of trauma. Meteorologist Don Day points out that lightning should be taken seriously by anyone who recreates in the outdoors. He says lightning does not follow many rules and everyone should have respect for its dangers and its unpredictability. Hundreds of people in cowboy hats spent hundreds of thousands of dollars during the 44th annual Buffalo Bill Art Show and Sale in Cody this past weekend. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that there were plenty of intense bidding wars, high-priced pieces, and surprises.
93 of the 103 pieces that were in the show sold during the live auction. And then the next morning, the excitement was palpable. It's well over $1 million that'll be distributed between the Buffalo Bill Center of the West Dakota Country Chamber of Commerce and the artists themselves.
Between Friday night's live auction and Saturday morning's quick draw auction, the Buffalo Bill Art Show and Sale brought in more than $1.2 million. The amount will get even higher once additional sales from the two silent auctions and other sales are tallied into the total. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily. Watson.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. Surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Tuesday, Cowboy State Daily Show. Mark Hines will be here. He'll talk about outdoor stuff. I did not think of lightning as a potential cause in the death of those elk hunters in southern Colorado. I went right to exposure to the elements. Hypothermia, something like that. Lightning, who would have thought? Because lightning strikes usually leave definitive evidence of their work, whether on a tree or a cow. But when you come upon the bodies of two guys where they just look normal, they're just, I assume they were just laying there. If it was hypothermia, if it was cold, maybe they'd be huddled together. Maybe they'd be in a sleeping bag. When they're just all of a sudden two guys are laying on the ground, you're like, what happened here? And then there's no burns on their body. No evidence that they were hit by lightning, but the coroner says that's what it was. That's weird. Really weird. Mark Hines, we're talking about those two elk hunters, southern Colorado, that the coroner, what makes the coroner think without any definitive evidence, like no burn marks on bodies, the coroner believes lightning, probably because he found out that the cause of death for both of them was pretty instantaneous, maybe?
Yeah.
All of a sudden their heart stopped.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Yeah, man. Because our bodies, essentially run on electricity, and so I guess that's the conclusion, is that there was enough of a jolt from that ground conductivity of the electricity. There's enough of a jolt that he said just shut everything off. So yeah, oh yeah, you hear about people getting I think it's more of a thing than a lot of people realize sometimes. The danger of lightning.
You actually had this stat in your story, like 1 in 1 something million. Which,
yeah, from Dawn Day. Yeah, but it's definitely it's definitely something to be aware of. If you're out in a lot of the topography we have in Wyoming, even the like the wide open stuff here south of Riverton where I go a lot, and then or if you're up in the mountains or if you're in an alpine area. Yeah, you have to be mindful if a storm rolls in. Maybe it's a good time to get out of there,
right? And
get to lower ground or something. I mean, I've had lightning hit close to me, and it's spooky. It's not fun.
Yeah, me too. It's scary, and a lot of times you're gonna be under a tree because it's raining, and you're like, "Oh, the tree will keep me dry," but that lightning hit a tree through the ground. Oh,
yeah,
man.
that's what they surmised. I don't know if they'll ever know for 100% sure, but lightning is capable of doing some crazy things. Definitely.
I did not see that coming. I thought for sure hypothermia with the rain, and the one of the guys had changed clothes. Andrew Porter and Ian Stasko, both 25-year-olds hunting elk. Man.
Yeah, that's sad, so.
Your story about this study, and I see it's now national news, but a new study says rising water temps put Wyoming cutthroat fishing in doubt. Wyoming cutthroat, not the only fish, the cutthroat trout, fish really, and it's kind of nationwide. There's a story in USA Today about rising temperatures of rivers and creeks. They're just warmer than they've been, and all fish, that especially trout who like it cooler.
Especially cutthroat.
Yes.
Because they, they're the ones that are native to the, especially our higher altitude waters, like up there by the, up in your neck of the woods up there at the, the headwaters of the Snake River and places like that, where it's bound to be naturally cooler. We've got, brown trout that came from Europe and brookies that came from the East Coast are a bit more tolerant to high temperatures, but you are correct. Once they get past a certain temperature, even they don't like it that much. And then, I'm sure it applies to other fish species as well. That story didn't really delve into any of the other species, but I'm sure there's an effect there. There has to be, so. Yeah, that's interesting stuff.
UW study that just backs up what I have seen in almost 30 years here in Jackson, and that's every time I set foot in a river, used to be it was too cold to even get in, in July. You're like, nope, and now it feels warmer, and you know from fishing that you can't play the fish like you used to in August. They're too hot. And even the fishing is not as successful because these trout are just not very active. They're not interested in eating. They're hot and they're barely moving. It's that way every summer now.
That is interesting. I didn't realize you'd been in Jackson for 30 years. Wow.
Yeah, I mean since 1997, and I have noticed that about fish. Like it was standard that trout would get kind of a lethargic as the summer wore on, the heat. But now it is like life-threatening to the fish. It's too hot.
And lower water levels as well. So, it's kind of part and parcel with that. The stuff we had earlier about the Colorado River. Let less water, more people wanting it. So could make for interesting times. And of course, as we know, trout fishing, that's a huge. That has huge monetary value for Wyoming. A lot of people come here to do just that. And as we previously noted, where other states such as Colorado and Montana are getting overcrowded, a lot of folks are hopping into Wyoming, and our trout fishing, in regards to our tourism industry, that's no joke. It's no small thing. So I think definitely a lot of eyes on that.
Yeah,
a lot of people concerned about that. Yeah.
Good story, Mark. This story about what do bears in Florida have to do with Wyoming? There actually is a connection. We've seen this happen before. When a hunting season was open, people, not that they're anti-hunting, but they're pro animal being hunted, you know, and they buy up the hunting tags so that hunters can't get them and go shoot a bear in Florida, and B, they know the money to that tag goes to wildlife and eventually helping that species. But it's tough if you use hunting as a wildlife management tool like Game and Fish do. It's tough when you take those off the table. It's weird. Florida legalized bear hunting, and they're finding wildlife activists are buying up bear tags.
Yep, that is happening. That's a thing. I talked. There was a guy who's actually was a warden there in 2015, the last time they did it, and he said it really didn't have that much of an effect. That there was the same thing going on, but this time it might be more robust. It might, I haven't gone back to check the numbers yet, but it might have a greater effect on, their hunt is, I believe it's scheduled for December. Their bear hunt down there in Florida. But yeah, that's been controversial. I'm connected, through social media and that with some folks down in Florida. And yeah, it's bear hunting is around here we don't with black bears, but just they're hunted. They're a hunted species. It's neither here nor there. But I guess those bear hunts in Florida are extremely controversial. There's a lot of people that favor them, and then a lot of people who just really do not like them at all. So
I didn't even know they had black bear to any degree. Wow.
Oh yeah. Black bears are pretty. They're kind of like mountain lions that we've written about a couple times recently. They're pretty. Can be found pretty much anywhere all across the country, depending. Or they were at one time, but no. Yeah, Florida has bears. Florida has lots of bears. Well, we did. We did that article a while back about how gigantic the eastern and southern black bears are. I don't know if the bears in Florida get that huge, but we were talking about bears like in the Carolinas and some of the places like that where they just get gigantic. They get as bigger than the grizzlies are here, and it's because of their diet. They're just hanging out and gorging on soybeans all day long. So, right. So of course they're going to be supersized, but yeah, no, but a lot of the rest of the country has black bears.
Huh. Well, that makes sense. The latest story I saw on the internet, a bear ate my John boat from a Florida author. That's why they're so... It's like coyotes in Central Park. It's a species that it can survive in a lot of different conditions.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
pretty crafty.
Not so with the grizzly bear. There's only one grand old dame, and we lost her, 399. But maybe the on again, off again boyfriend, 610, is now the new
you're thinking of Bruno's the on.
Bruno's.
Bruno, yeah, he's still around. No, 610 is 399's daughter.
Oh, okay.
Who is she's reached the stately age of she's almost 20 herself, and she's had 10 cubs, and then she adopted one of her mom's cubs. Grizzlies will adopt each other's cubs occasionally. So she's raised 10 of her own, and then foster or adopted one cub, and I think 5 or 6 are still alive, including the adopted one. So I mean, and that's pretty good. I mean, if you look at the survival rates for grizzly cubs, they usually don't tend to. The mortality rates in that first year are pretty steep for grizzly bears.
Grizzly 399's longevity was a reason she was so popular. 610 seems to carry those same genes. 20 years old now.
And from what I understand, relatively highly visible, not as visible as 399 was in terms of really hanging out down by the roads, but still fairly visible. I mean, I asked people for photos of her, and I just got bombed. I mean, everybody has photos of 610 and a lot of really good ones, but yeah. So, whether she's going to reach 399's level of fame, people are saying no. She's famous, but I think the general consensus is out there that there will never be another bear we're not going to see another 399. That was just
I mean, in addition to how long she was around, how long she kept pumping out cubs, like, golly.
Yeah.
You think there wouldn't even be one more, and she has 4, like, what?
Yeah, and she was the first social media bear, too, because you had previously back, I think in the early and mid 2000s, you had Scarface, but he was around kind of in the infancy of the social media. So he got pretty darn famous himself, but at $3.99, it was that perfect storm of a bear that was highly visible and had a lot of adorable cubs. And then you had the social media really took off. And so, folks would get photos and, in instant 5 minutes later, the whole world would be, oh, look at those adorable cubs. And that's it. So so $3.99 was huge. Like I said, she was there probably aren't many people from Wyoming who are as famous as she was.
Right. And it was that roadside, the reliability of being able to see her. You knew where she was going to be and when, and it was like clockwork, man.
Yeah, and the photographers told me 6'10" isn't that way. You can't.
Yeah, okay.
You can't. Yeah, she's visible, but not to the degree that. Yeah, she's not. I don't think she's as tolerant to the. They say she's a bit. I don't know if you want to use the term grouchy, or just she's less tolerant of a hairless ape shenanigans than $3.99 was. You know what? These goofballs pointing cameras at me. I'm tired. I'm leaving.
Hairless ape shenanigans. Dude, that is the quote of the day.
Oh, there you go.
All right, we'll let you back to your monkey behavior over there, Mark.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Yeah,
Bye.
good Tuesday to you. 6'10", less tolerant to the hairless ape shenanigans. Only Mark Hines. Quick break here on the Cowboy State Daily Show. I'll be right back with Kevin Meyer after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer. She's on the honor roll. She's just not the type.
No way.
No way. No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake here on a Tuesday. Kevin will be with us in a moment. I'm reading this story on Facebook. Well, it's not a story, but it's one of those map things where you see a map of the United States. Which states do this or which states do that? This is how many spouses must attend a wedding for a marriage to be valid. I mean, I would assume you need the groom and you need a bride, right? You need two. Both must be present for a valid wedding in the majority of this United States, including Wyoming. However, there are some states where only one spouse is required to be present at the wedding. Those include Colorado, Kansas, and Texas. Let's go to the Zoom room and get Kevin in here on this discussion. And there's one state where neither spouse, neither the bride or groom, is required to attend the wedding for the marriage to be legal and binding. Care to guess what that state is? And I don't even know how that works. Welcome, Kevin.
Thank you. How are you this morning?
Good.
Now I don't want to panic anybody.
Yeah.
But yesterday, going around social media, there was a kook that was saying the rapture was going to happen today.
Oh, I saw one preacher in Africa who said we are beginning the rapture period, like we're getting into it. I never heard anybody putting their finger on the calendar and saying today. Really?
Well, that's what he said, and I thought he was a kook, but then I woke up this morning to an inch of rain overnight. It's still raining. And then I saw 2 coyotes and 2 rabbits walking down the road this morning.
Together in brotherly love.
Yeah, so maybe he's not a kook, huh?
They're going to have to change that whole saying, when pigs fly, or, when hell freezes over, and the third leg of that stool is going to be when it rains cats and dogs in Douglas, and when coyotes and rabbits lie down together.
And when you need neither groom nor bride to have a wedding ceremony.
Yeah. Although that's Montana is the state where neither is required to be present. Can you imagine that? Somebody call, you get the call, oh, you're married. What? or your friends say, how was the wedding? And the groom says, I don't know, I wasn't there. And they ask the bride, and she's like, I wasn't there either. One heck of a wedding.
That would be an interesting text to receive, huh?
Yeah, right?
Congratulations. You're married.
It's almost as bad as Remember Me? We had that, it was that one night 9 months ago, and you're like, oh, no. Yeah, this is even worse. Remember that night we got married? I don't actually. No. Was I that drunk? No, this happened in Montana. Okay. Yeah. And you weren't there.
You would expect that from a Las Vegas wedding is, remember when we got married? Nope. I have no recollection of that.
Yeah. So weird. Let me check Nevada. Nevada's actually a state where both have to be present. You both got to be there at the drive-thru to get married. Colorado, Kansas, Texas require only one, either groom or bride. and the shotgun. So only he is there with the bride's father. And that's a marriage in Texas. That makes sense. But Montana, neither spouse, it's the only state where neither is required to be at the wedding.
So how does that work from the preacher's standpoint? We are gathered here today to marry this empty space to this empty space.
Kinda. Yeah, I mean, you would just, you say the names. The hardest part is when you tell them to kiss. You may kiss, never mind. I know.
It would be really interesting to figure out forensically how this pattern came to be, how this law came to pass. Is at what point was it a big snowstorm and everybody who was coming to the wedding could make it but the bride and groom? And they said, well, we'll just do it anyway. We don't technically need them here. We'll send them their marriage license by the Pony Express.
I like it. Now the cat wants back in. Now I like what you're thinking. Yes, you're trying to figure out how this could come to be in Montana. Why should it be? I was thinking more along the lines of not necessarily weather related, but back in the day when they made this law, there was probably only ranchers and or miners, hardworking guys who had no time to even look for a wife. So they would mail order a bride from back east, Pennsylvania. And when it come time for the marriage, she wasn't there yet. She was still arriving by stagecoach. And he had no time to step away from the ranch or, to put down his pickaxe looking for gold. And so there you had a wedding where she wasn't there yet and he didn't have time to stop working. And in Montana, it was good enough. Okay, we good, says the judge.
Well, necessity is the mother of invention, after all.
There you go. Raining sheets in Douglas. That is scary.
We got last week, I think it was Wednesday, we got 1 3/4 inches of rain in about 12 hours.
Oh.
And like I said, we've gotten over 1 inch last night. And as you well know, this Wyoming ground, especially this high desert ground, is not really made for capturing that amount of water. So I've been doing a lot of irrigating.
Yeah, and that's why the Murdoch sells muck boots this time of year, I guess. Yeah, that's a lot of water. That's biblical kind of stuff. Any kind of locusts or frogs in Texas as well, or in Douglas as well?
Well, not yet, but it at this point would not shock me, Jake.
And for real, you saw coyotes with rabbits?
No.
Oh. Because I'm like, man, seriously, you better start living right. Get to church this Sunday. Yeah, coyotes with rabbits, unless they had them in their mouths. And of course, the coyote keeps like, oh, I was just bringing him over. He was drowning in the water. I was bringing him to higher ground.
Yeah, exactly.
Whoops, and then I accidentally swallowed him. Yeah. What else that I wanted to talk to you about? Oh, 2 things before we get to mules teaching a horse or thing or two. Earlier today, I was talking about rumble strips. I am really aggravated by rumble strips. They seem to be more aggressive than they ever were when you're driving on the highway. I don't know whatever state you're listening to us from, whether you have those or not, but we have them. I don't know how effective, they must be effective according to studies of waking sleepy, drowsy drivers up. But I just find them annoying because they're really harsh now. They're not just the small little divot. They shake my whole truck. And probably the trailer in the back, the horses are all jittery. And they are not where they're supposed. The center line rumble strip, when did we start that? Because I need to pass occasionally. I don't like rumble strips.
I agree with you, and the reason I agree is the aforementioned horse trailer.
Yeah.
I can just imagine what goes through a horse's mind when all of a sudden I don't think horses really enjoy riding in a trailer that much anyway. They do it because we ask them to. But then when they hit that rumble strip, that has to be a bit mind rattling. And 100% agree. They're fine on the sides. They probably do a lot of good there. I'm not sure the middle line. I understand the theory behind it, but it seems having to roll over that every time you pass a car, that does get quite a bit annoying.
And the most popular single vehicle fatality or accident is almost always, you hear law enforcement say, overcorrected. So I wonder if you're half asleep and you're drifting, you hit the rumble strip, that wakes you up and you yank the wheel, and the next thing you know, you're rolling 8 times down the road. I don't know. And the rumble strips in the middle, dumb, and the rumble strips right on the fog line. Like, put it a foot off or whatever, because a lot of times I'm driving on that thing. And I don't want the horses to think I'm an idiot. When you're... The horses are like, what are you doing up there, dude? Like, I'm just trying to drive. You think you're so good at it? You get up here and drive. You probably would. You would have one that would volunteer, and it would probably be a long-eared mule. It's like, I've got this. I can drive. Anybody can drive better than you. It would be a mule. Mules, in a lot of ways, exercise good sense, and it's the reason why there are mule cowboy, like there are mule people, and there are horse people. Mules got good feet. Sometimes don't need shod. Mules are often not going to get themselves in the kind of trouble horses do. Like, it'd be nothing to come out one morning and find yourself your horse all wrapped up in barbed wire. Like, what did you do? Or anything. Just to come out and see a horse, like, how did that even happen? And then finish the sentence. It's rarely going to be a mule in that kind of situation, right, Kevin?
Exactly. And I'm not sure why crossing a donkey and a horse creates an Einstein creature.
Right, but they are.
Yeah, and I have had quite a bit of experience with mules. I've never become a mule man because mainly they're usually smarter than I am. However, I have a lot of respect for mules. One of the bad things about a mule, though, is if they ever feel like you have disrespected or hurt them in some way, they will spend a very patient life waiting for a clear shot at your head.
And that is the difference. Whenever somebody asks you what the difference is between a grizzly bear or a black bear, and you give them the old adage, like, the black bear will climb up a tree after you, the grizzly will just snap it off at the base and then catch you when you fall. The difference between a horse and a mule is the mule is calculated. The horse, if you do the horse wrong, in the moment, the horse may try to kick or bite you. After that, the horse don't remember whatever happened to him. The mule will bide his time. The mule and the donkey, they'll be like, you son of a gun, I will get you. And they also side kick. They have kicks. They can cow kick from you don't even know where.
There's an old joke that the U.S. Army had their mules branded U.S., which stood for unsafe at either end.
But we are talking about mules and donkeys because this one outfit I found on the Facebooks, I don't even know who they are. Chelsea swears by doing some training with mules, and apparently, or a donkey, she'll just tie a young colt to a donkey or to a mule and let the colt figure it out. And it might have its advantages. What do you think?
I've known a couple people that do this, and it works really well.
Yeah.
It actually does. If you have a good mule, now you don't want to just go get a random mule and do this. The nice thing about them is they have absolutely no interest in anything going on with that foal. They just don't involve themselves emotionally with it. They just go about their day, And if the foal wants to plant his legs, the mule will just drag him across the corral. And it only takes a few days to really kind of get a foal going around. The only issue with it is you have to untie that foal from that mule after just a couple days, or they'll get paired up.
Mm.
And if they get paired up, then that foal's not necessarily going to lead for you. He'll lead for the mule, but he won't necessarily lead for you. So there is actually a bit of an art to it.
Yeah, I could see that. A break-in period, and then, you don't want too much of a bond being formed there. After all, this is a mule or a donkey. Good point. Kevin, also, I wanted to ask you about this because I've been wondering myself all morning about, are you following the dude from Oregon, the pilot that had to pee so bad in Yellowstone that he drove like, I don't know how he drove stupid, and then he ran into a flagger and he got sentenced the other day 2 years. Are you following this dude, this case?
Yeah, I saw that, and I heard you talking about it a little bit this morning. And as you might guess, I have thoughts.
Yes, please.
Number one, my first thought was, think about all of those families and the beraggled dads sitting in their rented RV in that exact same construction zone. He's from Delaware or Iowa or Connecticut, and they're towards the end of their vacation, and he has just had it. The kids won't stop yapping. The wife is now angry, and he just wants to head home. And he looks in his rearview mirror and says, "Look at this guy. Look at this wise guy coming up here, huh?"
We all say that. Look at this guy.
How many dads in that construction zone do you think uttered those words?
And if they were on the jury, this wasn't a jury case, I don't think. But yeah, if you took 12 of those dads that are gripping their wheel so hard it's disintegrating in their hands, they're like, look at this yahoo. If they were all on the jury, and the lawyer would try to pick all those kind of guys, he would ask those questions when he's forming the jury. Have you ever been in Yellowstone traffic? Yes. You're in. You're on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And you're right. 2 years might have been a slap on the wrist if you asked 12 angry dads. 12 angry men.
They would have, irregardless of what happened with the flagger, they would have said, lock him up forever. Who cares?
Right.
2 years isn't long enough. In fact, throw his wife in jail with him just so he has to sit there for eternity listening to her tell him what a horrible decision he'd made. My second thought was, this is a little bit like a dog chasing a car. What you going to do when you catch up with it? So you decide you're going to go around everybody like a wise guy to get around this traffic jam in construction. What are you going to do when you get to the construction zone, wise guy? You think you're just going to be able to roar through there as well?
Yeah. Just float over what is causing everybody to be stopped? Yeah. People obviously don't think through that. You haven't thought that far ahead. You just know you don't want to be staring at the tail light of that guy. You want to be staring at the tail light of some other guy. You're not thinking rationally when road rage takes over. But good point. Good point, dog. What do you do when you catch that car?
Third thought, you're in Yellowstone.
Mm-hmm.
You're surrounded by trees and bushes. Go use one of those.
Yeah. Yeah. If that's the case, the guy said he had to pee real bad because of medication, because of whatever. He also said the flagger jumped in front of him. He also said, he had a lot of excuses, but supposedly it was, I got to pee real bad. And that might have been because of medication. Yeah. I thought you were going to say you're surrounded by trees and bushes. Just enjoy the zen of it all. No, I see where you're going, Kevin. You're like, you're a guy. There's a tree. Restroom.
Yeah, no problem. And you know what? You can do two things at once. You can enjoy the zen and take care of your business all at one time.
Mm-hmm. And you want a real Wyoming experience. Peeing outdoors is right up there high on the list.
And shoot, you never know. You might get to see a bear. Up close.
With your thing out. Oh, boy. That makes it hard to run. Yikes. All right, good. Well, that's making cowboy sense of the world, donkey sense of the world. Good mulish behind. Douglas, yeah, watch out for the rat. This could be the end times. It's pouring rain in Douglas. And the coyotes are gently licking the jackrabbits to bathe them. Something going on.
Well, I hope we're here to talk next Tuesday, Jake.
Yeah, right. Thanks, Kevin. Have a great day. Dry day. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. I got another guest. We're going to go back to back right after this quick break on the show. See you in 3 minutes.
The Seroptimists of Cody are inviting you to join them for their 17th annual Run for Hope, Saturday, October 4th. This 5K, 10K chip timed walk and run starts at the Rec Center at 9:30 a.m. with a kids race at 9. Proceeds support the Laney Cole Memorial Women's Cancer Fund. You can register for $35 in advance, $40 the day of the race. Discounted kids and student rates are available. You can register at Sunlight Sports in downtown Cody or online at runsignup.com. See you Saturday, October 4th for the Cody Seroptimist Run for Hope.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we welcome Sharon Felser in here. This music is too aggressive for book reading. I need something more cerebral for book reading. Wait a minute. No. Oh, okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, that might work. Sharon, yes, I'm glad we're going to do this again. It's a redo. It's Jackson Hole Book Festival 2.0. The first one was last year, and how did it go?
Well, we didn't know how it would go on the day of, because as you probably know, Jake, and by the way, thanks for having me, and thanks for having this conversation. As you know, the book festival is free for all, so we don't require any registration. So we didn't really know how it would go, and more than 200 people showed up last year.
Oh, wow.
So that was a pretty extraordinary event. And it actually, I will say, it went perfectly. There wasn't even an AV glitch. There wasn't a session glitch. And everyone walked out. And my favorite quote was from one of the attendees, "My brain is really tired." So I thought that was a great way to encapsulate, all of this conversation, open for everyone, not excluding anyone. People from across the valley came just to have some interesting conversation. So that year went well, and I think this year's going to be even better.
Sharon Felser, by the way, the driving force behind Jackson Hole Book Festival. Book lovers all gather in Jackson Hole and enjoy not just one day. I think we're doing a whole weekend. We're going to talk about the schedule.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I wish, Jake, but we're doing this evening. I mean, Friday night, we have a fundraiser event because it is a nonprofit. So you're right. It is a weekend of festivities. Then the book festival's all day Saturday, 9 hours, essentially 8:30 to 4:30, about 8 hours and every hour is full of 4 sessions per hour, which frustrates people because they can't see everything. And I think you encapsulated our aspiration, which is in the next few years to make it an entire weekend. And we think with community support, we can do that.
And you need it. I mean, I can't believe what you jam in one day. You need the whole weekend because we're not just talking about 1 or 2 or 3 guest authors dropping in. Like, the list is extensive of how many authors are going to be there that you can hobnob with. You can pick their brain. You can talk about their books, whatever. There are also moderators. It's like a who's who of Wyoming or in just the literary world. And the supporters, the people have come up and supported, whether you're on the board, volunteered time, or opened your checkbook. There's a lot of people involved in this event. Let's start with some of the authors that we're going to meet and greet this weekend.
Yeah, and boy, you just captured it all. I was just writing my small speech for the festival to open it up, and it's essentially what you just said, which is, a kind of an amazing array of board members, authors, sessions, volunteers, supporters. So the authors, it's kind of like identifying your favorite child, which of course I would never do.
Yeah.
But I will say we have incredible biographers. Tracy Doherty from Oregon State, who writes a book on the spirituality of George Harrison and Muhammad Ali. I mean, who would think to put them into one book? Rick Atkinson, one of the most prominent historians today, who his trilogy on the American Revolution couldn't be more relevant as we enter the 250th year of the birth of this country. Max Boot wrote a great book on Ronald Reagan, a deep sort of detailed book on his life. Charles Pillar, looking at Alzheimer's research and the obstacles and the fraud and corruption that got in the way of good research. A terrific piece of fiction by Adele Waldman called Help Wanted, about what it's like to work and not have hope and feel that there's opportunity. Maureen Dowd from the New York Times is coming to talk about her book Notorious, which is a fun, fanciful book about all sorts of celebrities. Then we have incredible moderators, as you said, prominent members from around the state, including Professor Jean Garrison from University of Wyoming, who runs the Wallops Center of Civic Discourse. Leslie Matson, who runs the Grand Teton National Park Foundation. We have Jim Spire, who's was a big consultant in government and the environment. Victor Hagani, who founded Elm Wealth. I mean, I could go on and on. Ruth Marcus, prominent journalist. The list goes on and on of prominent authors and moderators. And that combination will, I think, leave people tired again, but in a good way, not in a bad way, in an inspiring way.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot. I mean, rest up, don't blink, or you might miss something. It's the Jackson Hole Book Festival 2.0, second year now, 2025. And Leslie Madsen, you mentioned her, enjoy retirement. She recently just decided to hang up her spurs And Maureen Dowd, I will say, is my favorite child, my favorite author, because of her newspaper, where she understands what it's like to churn out copy on a deadline, and she's so good at it.
Yeah, and let me say that everyone across the state can watch this. We are live streaming it.
Oh.
And we will put that on our website, the live stream links. So 3 of the 4 rooms will be live streamed all day. This was thanks to the Wyoming Humanities Council, who really wanted us to get out beyond Jackson, because we know driving from Cheyenne, driving from Laramie, this is a big state, and not everyone can take the time to drive here, but they can link in, and we'll get those up on our website and jacksonholebookfestival.org, and everyone across the state can not participate, but listen and enjoy the wisdom of our authors. And we're actually sharing this with libraries across the state and CWC to share as well. So we're really hoping to bring in everyone from the state. It's not just for Teton Valley.
Well, that's pretty cool. There's a lot of people that have made this happen, whether individual donors, a lot of sponsors and grants. This seems to be sustainable. I don't know what I mean. What is the dollars and cents of it? Can we keep this up, Sharon? Like, is there going to be a Jackson Hole Book Festival 2030?
Well, if I have anything to do with it, it sure will. And if we go expand, as you alluded to 2 days or 3 days, I can promise everyone that the first day will always be free for all, free for everyone, because we want this to be conversation for all. A little bit of a boast. We've raised almost $30,000 through our Old Bills campaign in Jackson, which is just a 2-week or 2 and 3-week opening for people to generously donate. We saw unbelievable donations there. We've raised a lot of money beyond that. In a very difficult time for grants, we've received grants from the Jackson Hole Community Foundation, the Tourism Board, Wyoming Humanities, and Wyoming Arts Council. So I think that the financial support has grown exponentially. This year, we're hoping to be able to bring on a part-time executive director or operations director to provide a bit of support. And so we think that with the kind of support we're seeing, particularly in the past 3 months, where people are seeing the kind of star power we can attract, like your favorite child, Maureen Dowd, which I can't say out loud which one's my favorite child. I think we're well on the way. Everyone, you walk around town and people hear about the festival and they look at me and say, how did you get such a star-studded board? How did you get such a star-studded list of authors and moderators and supporters? And I just say, with the support of everyone, we've managed to do this. So we feel really grateful, and we think that we can sustain this. We think we've got the excitement to do that.
Writing makes the arithmetic work here. Fun. I mean, I was scrolling through the list of people involved, the authors, the commenters, the people on the board, and I'm here. I live here, so I know these people. But I'm like, whoa, I know that person. I know this. I know that. You have assembled an incredible team, incredible support, and here's an example, by the way, of state organizations working to promote a small effort like this. Wyoming Arts Council, they're involved, and Jackson Hole Tourism, Travel and Tourism Board. That's the bed tax, and people who stay in hotels are taxed, and that money goes to some to promote tourism, but Jackson doesn't need a whole lot of that. But some of it goes for events like this. This is where it works for me. I love it.
Well, I love your support, and it's just, someone called it a baby book festival, and I said, well, yes, inherently it's only 2 years old, but I think we're punching above our weight, and with support from people like you, prominent people like you, and others who really talk about these things, and from the beginning, this is an incredibly cultured town. We have music festival, arts festival, we have libraries, we have an incredible library and bookstores, but we didn't have a book festival. And Nantucket has a book festival, and Aspen has a book festival, and Sun Valley has a book festival. And guess what? A lot of them charge $1,000 for tickets, and we don't. This was my inspiration was, I want everyone's voices at the table. I don't just want people at the table who can afford to be at the table. And I think that's what we've made happen here. And I think there's a lot of support for that, to keep that going. That's very meaningful in today's world, in my view.
I think you're right, Sharon Felser. We do have, Jackson's known as the Taos, the art mecca of Wyoming. Cody just had a big art auction. We do art here, but yeah, what about the books? The books are part of arts and humanity. Books are important. Reading is important. How do you prefer to read, Sharon? Do you Kindle? Do you books on tape, or do you need tactile? Do you need to hold the book?
I'm getting older, so I'm a tactile book person, but sometimes when the light's not great and the font is really small, I have to go to my iPad to read. So what I do is I often read on the iPad, and then I buy the book aside from the iPad, because I feel sort of guilty not having the tactile. So I contribute to the security of our authors and buy it on Kindle. I buy it on my iPad, and then I buy the book itself. But Jackson has 3 independent bookstores, and they're all carrying the book festival books, and they're all terrific places to go and meander, and not to mention this incredible library that we have in town that is an enormous global public good here.
Yeah, we got a great library. I love Jackson Hole Book Trader. I love all the bookstores. I bring them my gently used books, and it's always a thing to see if I bring more than I take out. When I pretty much use it as a library, these bookstores. I'm like, here's those books I bought back, and I'm gonna take this many from you.
Well, I think that's what Andrew's hoping for at Jackson Hole Book Trader. People just like you. You're his favorite customer. Yeah. I'm
excited for the 2025 Jackson Hole Book Festival. Find them on the interwebs at jacksonholebookfestival.org. Sharon Felser joins us.
Thank you very much, Jake. And we hope to see you there.
I could be. Let's see. It's
Saturday.
Well, I got a wedding.
Oh, man.
I'm a wedding DJ, darn it.
Live stream all day.
I can live stream.
Yes, excellent. And we'll talk about it after.
Thanks for doing this. It was needed. We didn't realize we needed it till now. It's fantastic. Thanks, Sharon.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Jake. Bye-bye.
Cowboy State Daily continues. We got a break for news, and we'll be back after that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming officials are contemplating talks with carmaker Tesla about a potential self-driving vehicle pilot program within the state's government fleet. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that officials are also talking about making laws around liability and function pertaining to autonomous vehicles.
The governor's liaison to the blockchain committee was like, look, we're starting some very early talks with Tesla about even if they want to do a pilot program here in Wyoming, it could lend some efficiencies to the government fleet, but we also have failed in the last 4 years to pass legislation around liability and definitions. So that's something that they want to lock in too as they have these talks.
David Pope, one of Governor Mark Gordon's liaisons to the Select Committee on Blockchain, Financial Technology, and Digital Innovation, delivered a presentation Monday about what he called the need for state laws around autonomous vehicles. Wyoming is still the flagship for a water-efficient data center under development in Evanston, even though the company building it has recently inked a deal to build more of its innovative data centers near Dallas, Texas. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that founder Trenton Thornock wants to bring opportunities and jobs back to his home state.
Prometheus Hyperscale was founded by a 6th-generation Wyomingite, Trenton Thornock. Trenton, has grown up in the Evanston area. He had a pretty high caliber career in the financial sector. He put together large projects. So I guess when he retired, he was looking for something to do, and he wanted to bring jobs to Wyoming, opportunities to Wyoming.
Thornock says his focus is still in Uintah County and interest in the Evanston data center has been spiking. He's already had 2 prospective tenants ask for letters of intent. An Oregon pilot who hit a federal employee with his vehicle in Yellowstone National Park last year was sentenced to 2 years in prison and fined $10,000 on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports that David Tyler Regnier was facing a maximum of 20 years in prison and up to $250,000 in fines, but his attorney argued.
Apparently, Renier was on a lot of medication, including a new blood pressure medication that gave him some pretty adverse effects. He was saying that he experienced some high blood pressure, some tightness in his chest, and all of those factors combined made it a pretty stressful experience for him.
Renier was convicted of a felony for going the wrong way on a park road to bypass waiting traffic before driving into a flagman working for a road crew who commanded him to stop and turn around. I'll be back with more news right after this.
With summer in full swing, so are the excavation projects. You may be thinking of adding some trees to the yard or installing a fence at your house. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below. Dialing 811 at least 2 business days prior to excavation allows utility members to mark their lines. This free service, offered by One Call of Wyoming, will help keep you and our community safe. For more information, visit onecallofwyoming.com.
Hundreds of people in cowboy hats spent hundreds of thousands of dollars during the 44th annual Buffalo Bill Art Show and Sale in Cody this past weekend. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports there were plenty of intense bidding wars, high-priced pieces, and a few surprises.
93 of the 103 pieces that were in the show sold during the live auction. And then the next morning, the excitement was palpable. It's well over $1 million that'll be distributed between the Buffalo Bill Center of the West Dakota Country Chamber of Commerce and the artists themselves.
Now, between Friday night's live auction and Saturday morning's quick draw auction, the Buffalo Bill Art Show and Sale brought in more than $1.2 million. That amount will get even higher once additional sales from the 2 silent auctions and other sales are tallied into the total. And Pete Simpson Jr. learned early that sometimes the most powerful thing someone can do on stage is say nothing. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that Simpson is celebrating a 29-year run as Blue Man number 9, the most prolific performer in Blue Man Group history. Simpson tells Cowboy State Daily that he will stay in the...
Pete graduated sometime in the late 80s, went on to Denver for graduate school, and then heard about this new phenomenon happening in experimental theater called the Blue Man Group.
Simpson tells Cowboy State Daily that he will stay in the theater world, but not as a performer. He'll still be teaching at NYU and Harvard. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. Renee Jean gets here. I'm already sick of our bumper music. I change it like every month, Renee, and by the end of the month, September 23rd, I'm like, I'm so tired of it.
Well, does it have to be the same all month? Can't you change it every week?
Hey, don't give me more to do. It's all I can do to change it once a month. I write a rent check and I change the music and I'm exhausted.
I see.
You're probably
Are you
right.
deficient in iron? Maybe you need take some iron.
I might be. That's funny you say that. I do a multivitamin, but I don't do it regularly. And I notice when I finally remember to take it again, I have some pep because my diet is horrible, Renee. And I'm probably deficient in a lot of things, including brain power, but iron, I'm glad you mentioned that because I'm going to write that down.
That's one of the nutrients that people have trouble getting in their diet. Like I don't take a multivitamin, but vitamin D and iron are two. They're hard to get in your diet, so I do take those when I remember.
Yeah. All right. That is on my to-do list for today. Get some iron. I like it. Your story about this water efficient data center, I think we are learning fast. We have to learn fast here in Wyoming what a data center is, why we need them so much with this AI, and how power hungry they can be, and maybe even water hungry to cool them down. Prometheus Hyperscale's got a cool way to save water. I like this.
Yeah, so, and it's funny because Trenton actually started working on his idea before AI was kind of a twinkle in the eye, so to speak. And investors were telling him, well, good luck with that. Nobody needs this infrastructure yet. If you come up in private equity, you've heard the joke, if you're early, you're wrong.
That's good. I've never heard that.
Trenton's had a career in private equity for, a pretty high caliber career. So that's kind of like, striking a little fear into the heart there. But AI popped onto the horizon not long after that. And suddenly everybody needs what Trenton's already been working on for the last 5 years, this water efficient data center. That's one of the criticisms of data centers has been that they're water hungry. Wyoming has a lot of cattle ranching, a lot of livestock ranches. They don't need or want a water hog in the backyard, so to speak. And Trenton's a sixth generation Wyomingite. His family homesteaded a ranch out there and on the edge of Wyoming and Utah, near Evanston. And so, he's putting this data center on his family's ranch between two fiber optic cables that just happen to go through his property. So, water hungry data centers, not what the ranch needs. That's part of what inspired or prompted him to work on this kind of different, more sustainable data center design. He's going to also work with gas pipelines are in that area as well to feed that data center its power. We've got lots of gas. The problem with gas is that for a long time it's been really cheap, so it's hard to move to market. The logistics are usually exceed the cost of getting it there, kind of usually exceeds the value of getting it there. So, to use it locally, I think, is a very innovative thing as well in its way. I was talking with the economic developer out there. They closed a gas plant here a while back, loss of 200 jobs. This data center will provide 600 jobs by 2032 when it's finally operating. Those are direct jobs. Indirect jobs, I think it's more like 2,000 and some change. So, that was the third component of what Trenton wanted to do. He's grown up here in Wyoming. He has lots of friends he's still in contact with. They've told him, hey, man, I had to leave my home state because there just weren't any opportunities in my field. And so he's hoping this will create some of that opportunity that helps at least some of Wyoming's sons and daughters stay in the state.
Trenton Thornock, the man behind Prometheus Hyperscale. He's been a man always ahead of the curve, and it pays off here as he's got a less thirsty way of designing a data center. And in Wyoming, that's important. In Texas, that's certainly going to be important. So, yeah, he found his groove. All right, speaking of a groove, Shelby Means. I did not know she was a Wyomingite. She plays the big stand-up doghouse bass. She is awesome. If you ever heard her play with Molly Tuttle or whoever, she's Grammy Award winning bluegrass. Now, she was born in bluegrass country. I think she's a Kentuckian, but grew up in Laramie. I did not know that.
Her parents moved there when she was 4, and she considers Laramie her home. Laramie is the one that raised her. A lot of her music, if you look at it, there's a very definite Western influence there. You can see it. You can see Wyoming's fingerprints all over her music. I listened to some of her songs. I thought, yeah, she's got a real playful style, a great voice. She may have been comfortable as the sidekick for longer than she needed to be. She's certainly got whatever it is that makes people want to listen to more of your music. She's really very good.
Yeah, she's awesome. So why is she in the news? She's going to headline this new concert idea. What is this? Snow Train?
Yeah, she headlined the Snow Train Festival, which was this past weekend in Laramie.
Okay.
She headlined at the Griffin. The guy that organized that is associated with the Wyoming singer-songwriter competition. They wanted something where they could showcase all this Wyoming talent in some great venues. It was part of a challenge that John Gardzalewski told me other communities are looking at a similar type of event, Casper, Lander, etc. Let's showcase our Wyoming singers. Let's showcase our Wyoming venues. Laramie's had great success on the kind of an underground music scene there. Chauncey came from there. He played at the Cowboy. They've had several pretty good musicians come out of Laramie. Gardzalewski told me he reached out to all the Laramites, all the Laramigos, he called them, who were doing well in music, to say, hey, come back and help us promote this festival, help us bring people in. And Shelby Means actually comes home quite a bit. Every summer, she spends the summer in Wyoming with her parents. They kind of home base there with their parents, with her parents. But she lives in North Carolina now, but with her husband. But they come back frequently. Any excuse to come back to Laramie is good enough, she told me. And so she was happy to come back and kind of help boost this fledgling concert event in Wyoming that showcases Wyoming talent.
Perfect. Good chance to reconnect with Shelby Means if you haven't heard her lately, or for me to, I guess, be reminded that she's a Wyomingite. I love that. Great bass player. I've seen her play. We have this Targhee Bluegrass Festival. She's been there. She rocks the doghouse bass and doing it now at the Snow Train Festival. Nice. What else you been, Renee? You got the story about the forgotten Lincoln Highway. It was so cool to learn how and why and what was behind getting the Lincoln Highway made, getting it built, and where they put it in Wyoming. Still debated today. Like, are you really going to build a highway across Wyoming? No. It's really neat to revisit history. 116 miles of the historic Lincoln Highway.
Yeah, I really didn't delve too much into that controversy. I think the story here is this is a tourism venue that is underappreciated in America. Route 66 has had great success. They promoted the heck out of that. They've been promoting that for decades. When I was in my 20s, however many decades ago that is, I'm not telling. I remember ads about Route 66, and I'm like, what is this Route 66? But I've never seen or heard any ads for the Lincoln Highway, and it is the mother road. It was the first coast-to-coast road across America. So, I don't know why it is that that's not more promoted. There are still lots of cool places along the Lincoln Highway. There are places that could be even cooler. It just takes some thought and some effort. And in Hannah, they were telling me about their vision for, bringing to life an old Lincoln Highway gas station. That would be kind of cool, to put that in Hannah next to the museum. It wouldn't be where it was originally located, but where it's originally located is really pretty remote. But, there are these communities along the Lincoln Highway were really hurt when I-80 went a different direction. Instead, it just choked them off, basically cut them off at the knees, and they've been disappearing dots on the map ever since, to one degree or another. Bosler, I think, now has like 10 people living in it. It used to have a couple, 300. There's that Lincoln tourist court there right along the highway. That's not the Lincoln Highway necessarily. It's old Highway 30. A Lincoln Highway moved around a lot. So, it's hard to drive the actual route. It's in bits and pieces all over the map. You can get an app that shows you kind of where you are in relation to the Lincoln Highway. Though, so you can kind of, and you can see where it used to be. If you look out on the landscape, a lot of times you can see where the roadbed used to be, and it's been reclaimed.
Yeah, so much of this story does remind you of Route 66, a famous travel. I mean, Americans are so mobile, and that was in the age where everybody was getting in their car and getting in the family station wagon. And when routes changed and interstates came into being, you watched little towns along Route 66, along Lincoln Highway, just dry up.
Yeah. Yeah. So, these towns along the Lincoln Highway could really use the tourism boost that promoting a driving route along that could really help them, I think. Route 66 has had great success with that. I don't see why Lincoln Highway couldn't have similar success with some, thought and effort put into what are people going to do along this route, and how can we help them experience great American history?
We just need to repurpose, reinvent ourselves when it's something old, just like the YO Theater did in Sheridan. This is a 1923 theater that has embraced high tech, at least when it comes to audio. What did they do there?
Yeah, so I think this is kind of an interesting glimpse of what's ahead for us in the theater experience. Imagine you go into a theater and everybody's wearing their own headphones.
Yeah.
This new technology, ARI, it's called ARI. Basically, it's a Bluetooth for the theater. It beams the sound out into headphones that are compatible so that you can hear what's going on in the performance without hearing your next door neighbor crunching his popcorn or whispering to his girlfriend or, laughing at the jokes and so forth.
Yeah.
I personally would prefer that experience, although a couple of the people I talked to expressed it's not going to be as communal if we're not all sitting there together. We've all got our headphones on. I don't know.
But when it gets down to the watching of the movie, that's a personal experience. You're not really, unless the kids are doing something next to you and you have to reprimand, but you're soaked in, you're kind of tucked in your own environment. And as an audiophile myself, like when it comes to music, I know things are better with headphones. You hear things in a song you never would have heard. Same, even more so probably for movies with headphones on. You bring your own, by the way. You can bring your own and Bluetooth into the system and hear movies the way some audio guy in the movie in Hollywood wanted it to be heard with every little thing. It'd be cool.
Yeah, I think, personally that the communal aspect of the theater doesn't appeal to me as much as drowning out the sound of my popcorn eating neighbor.
The communal aspect of theater is why we all got Netflix and don't go to the theater anymore. We didn't really like that. We want a comfortable chair like home, and we don't want to be reminded that we're there with 30, 40, 80 other people. Yeah.
Exactly.
Great story, Renee. Love it. Love it. Love it. Have yourself an awesome Tuesday. See you again in a couple days.
You too. Bye-bye now.
Renee Jean, Cowboy State Daily. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more on your favorite radio podcast show. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lust, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Oh, right. Look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason. Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show. I was just reading about the latest in cattle prices. This is why a hamburger costs so much now, or a steak. We're going to have a livestock grower, cattle expert on, CEO of RanchBot, I think. Let me go to the Zoom room. Well, he's not here yet. So maybe change gears. Let's talk about this day in history. We haven't been able to do that yet. These things happened on September 23rd, 1806, taking you way back. This was the day the Corps of Discovery returned to St. Louis. In other words, Lewis and Clark. Can you imagine? Talk about a steak dinner. Can you imagine Lewis and Clark, that expedition that left in 1804? It was a year and a half, almost 2 years out there. Lewis and Clark journey across a brand new nation, across the recent Louisiana Purchase, and the things they saw, the stuff they did, the hard work. They had to shoot their own food I mean, 1805, 1806, America was fairly civilized back east. We had gas burning lights, maybe not electricity yet, right? But we had lighted streets. We had sit-down restaurants where you could order a big old fancy steak dinner. And these guys, Lewis and Clark, returned to say, I can only think of steak dinner. It's probably the first thing they did when they got back to St. Louis. This is the day they arrived back after over a year and a half out in the wilderness, basically camping. You know how hungry you are to get back in your own bed, to get back in civilization, to get back in your routine when you've been just camping for one weekend. These guys were camping for a year and a half, more than a year and a half. They finally got back to St. Louis on this day, 1806. Lewis, Clark, and the other dudes in the boat, and they had to be thinking, oh my, I need a hot shower, a steak dinner, and then I'm going to sleep for a month. How exciting that must have been to see St. Louis come into view as they paddled their way against the current on the Missouri. Is that how you would do it? I don't know. Okay, Andrew's here. We have to leave this day in history and go back to talking about cattle. So let's do that. Hang on. We'll get him into the Zoom room here. There he is. Andrew, by the way, we're going to talk beef prices. We're talking cattle. We're talking steaks, hamburgers. I think everybody knows now, if you've gone out to eat a steak recently, gone out to dinner, that beef prices just going wacko, man. They were up 2.7 in August. That's up from 11.5% in July. Up. Beef has probably never been more expensive. So isn't that great news for livestock growers, for cattlemen, for ranchers? Not necessarily. The price of beef reflects some of the challenges that cattlemen and women are facing out there. There's drought, there's fear over the screwworm, and there's the cost of land. You know what it puts to run 30 cows on that acre when you could sell to a developer who can put 30 houses on that? There's a lot of challenges facing cattlemen. That's why we have this guy on the show. He's going to make sense of it all, and he's going to talk about RanchBot as well. The CEO of RanchBot, cattle expert. It's Andrew Copen, and don't be thrown off by the accent. The Texas accent is going to give away Andrew. Is it Copen or Coppen, Andrew?
It's Coppen. Yeah. Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks. I'm still practicing my yols and my real quicks, but yes, an Aussie living in Texas. Grew up on ranches in my part of the world, but now here based in Fort Worth, looking after many ranches across the country. So good to be with you today.
Let's talk about probably the number one impact facing a ranch. So you want to be a rancher. Water. Oh my goodness. You got to have water. And we're, Wyoming, Texas, a lot of states, a lot of cattle producing states are in drought. There isn't water. Water is huge when it comes to keeping cows on the land.
We've still got about 30% of the grazing lands across the country in drought conditions. I think the hallmark of this year, but maybe something we're going to need to get used to is, we've seen excessive rainfall in some areas, and we're all familiar with what a flash flood looks like. Obviously our hearts went out to everyone in Kerrville earlier this year for that travesty. But, we're also going to have to get used to flash droughts. It's this idea of, we thought we had green grouse everywhere and all of a sudden it's gone and, it's still pushing 100 degrees and we've got to make split decisions. So, the volatility of weather is a big issue. And, of course, if you're a rancher, you're thinking, how many cows can I hold in this pasture? And yet, one day you've got too much rain, the next day you've got none. It's really plays with the decision-making processes and how much risk am I prepared to take on as a rancher.
And water is where we're going to lead into the discussion about RanchBot. I saw a little bit of this at a trade show online. I watched it because I know in Texas, probably to a degree in Wyoming, although we do a lot of leasing of land. But in Texas, a cattleman's puts on a lot of miles on his horse or his four-wheeler just checking water tanks, checking water sources. And that's where what you've designed, CEO RanchBot, probably Australia too, very arid places where you don't want to be spending your whole day just checking water. What does RanchBot do? How can that help the rancher?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, as we did indeed sort of hone our skills and test drive the product down in Australia, which everyone knows is a big country and it's mighty hot. But look, today here in the US, I mean, it's going to be 90 something in Fort Worth today. That means it's 100 degrees, pretty much all places, west of here. And there's going to be like 500,000 people driving around checking water for livestock, 500,000 people driving to check water for livestock that 95% of the time doesn't need checking, but they're doing it for the 5% of times that it does because it's so critical. Cows without water is a travesty and it can't happen. It's counterintuitive to your business. So, so we designed technology that allows ranchers to put sensors on their water troughs, drinkers and storages that communicates direct to satellite and tells them to their cell phone what's happening with their water and sends them text messages and alerts anytime they've got a leak or the pump's not on or the flow's too little or the pressure's too much. So it's a whole platform for managing water for ranchers. And, there are millions of ranchers across the United States and, every single one of them has water challenges, every single day, every single week. And so, of course, water is the number one input into any food source, and yet it's a really poorly managed asset. And I'm sure you would have heard before many people say, the next wars will be fought over water. We've got a lot of competing forces for water now. Property developers, you mentioned, data centers, very water hungry. The oil and gas industry uses a lot of water. Desalination plants for townships, dairies, ranches. So everyone wants and needs water. The problem is we only have so much of it, and we're going to have to learn to manage it better.
Water, a precious resource. Just ask any rancher. Knowing where it is, how much of it is crucial to the livestock. Now, before, we go back to the 1880s, we can't do something like RanchBot because we need power. We need, we don't have the tech. Now, in the middle of nowhere, this unit, how does it derive its power? How does it talk to satellites? And how does it talk to the range? We have the tech now to do that. That's amazing.
Yeah, well, the technology over the last decades really got smaller and stronger and faster and more efficient. So in the old days, early versions of this sort of came out of the oil and gas sector and involved the words that no rancher ever wants to hear, which is we will send a technician. And nowadays we send a monitor in a box. We know the ranchers are going to open it. They're not going to read the instructions. So it needs to be intuitive to install in 5 minutes, and then it needs to communicate. So our devices all have batteries that are powered by the sun, and so they're all solar powered or self-contained power sources, and they're talking direct to satellites. And so, we've now got enough satellite coverage, and it's affordable enough for as little as $1 a day to know what is happening in your back pasture with your water. And you think, how far do I get in the F-250 for $1? I mean, I can't get very far. And, we've seen here lots of ranchers have ranches that are 30 or 40 or 50 miles apart. They're driving from one place to the next. And, as someone who grew up in and around ranches and who now deals with about 12,000 of them, ranchers spend a lot of time worrying about water and the things they cannot see and control. And so this is putting them in control of their water assets, which means that they're looking after their livelihoods, they're looking after the welfare of their cattle, And, they're not wasting water. We just live in a time where we can't afford to have a leak and lose 10,000s of gallons of water because it's too hard to find.
Those challenges of keeping your stock watered is a part of the reasons why ranchers are reducing their herds. That's driving prices up, part of the reason. Also, Andrew, if you could talk a little bit about the screwworm. I am really, we at Cowboy State Daily have done some stories on this. Finally got rid of this pest in the 60s. This thing was horrible. And now we find it's advancing again, ever northward. Are we ready for it? What's being done? And is there a reason to fear?
Yes, well, obviously the news that's come out 24 hours ago was that, they've detected New World screwworm only 70 miles from the border now. It was 300 miles prior to that. So I think the reality of the ranchers in southern border states is that it's almost a case of when, not if, they're dealing with this challenge, because it's very, very hard to keep, an airborne, fly from moving across borders. But, look, the regulators and ranchers have been talking about this and planning around it for many, many months. As you probably know, the US government is working towards, producing infertile flies to release them, which will again wipe out the problem. But it's going to take 3 to 6 months to resolve that. So in the short term, we're just being hyper vigilant. The border is closed to traffic for animals moving back and forth. And I think we're, in the eventuality that we find it here in the US, we're going to have quarantines, we're going to limit movements, we're going to have, biohazard washdowns and warnings as we try and restrict the New World screwworm to specific areas and stop it spreading. Of course, there's not a lot else we can do, obviously, other than be really vigilant, make sure ranchers pick it up and identify it early and then lock themselves down. Again, we feel like, whilst we hope that doesn't happen, remote monitoring and control of things so you don't have to drive around as much and you don't risk getting the flies and things on you or on the trucks, and moving them around is going to be vital. So obviously everyone's hoping this doesn't happen. It seems, as I said, like an eventuality, but there's a lot of planning and management going into it and risk mitigation going into it. Unfortunately, it may mean restricted supply of beef again. We're already not getting 1 million beef cattle across the border from Mexico that we normally import every year, and that's helped the prices move higher, as you said. And now if this happens, we might see even more restricted beef. So the risk to the price is probably up to the upside, if not it's sideways at these higher levels for quite a long time, because as you said, ranchers can't rebuild with confidence when they don't know they've got pasture and they don't know they have rainfall. And unfortunately, at the moment, the prognosis for the medium-term weather forecast is longer and hotter summer, and we haven't seen any large hurricane activity coming off the Gulf. So, in the vast areas of ranching, there's still really major water problems as we end summer and head into fall.
Yeah, so crucial how water plays into everything when it comes to livestock. We're talking to Andrew Copen, decades of experience with cattle ranchers and cattle ranching himself, and the CEO of RanchBot Monitoring Solutions, and talking water and how that factors in. In Wyoming, we put a lot of our cattle in the summer out on lease land, on Forest Service land. That certainly helps. In Texas, I don't know, Andrew, if you were prepared to answer on this, but from what I've ever heard and read, the only way cattle make sense anymore is really small or really big spreads. Some of it in Wyoming, I see very small farm to fork, ranch to fork operations where beef stays right. You know where it comes from, the ranch next door to the restaurant. And then the other end is Texas and these giant acreages, which are as big as some states, some countries, where that's the only way you make beef pencil. Is that kind of how it is?
Oh, look, I think, there is a degree of truth around that. But I mean, I've traveled over 100,000 miles on the road in the US this year, over the last 12 months, including across, Wyoming, which is a beautiful place. There's big ranches there. There's small ranches there, as there are across, California, Texas, Arizona, New Mexico. It's a varied thing. I think the overarching thing to be mindful of is, like in any business, you have to be able to control your costs and be efficient. And ranching's probably the least digitized sector on the planet, and yet every other sector on the earth has digitized and used technology to become more and more efficient, including media, for example. We weren't doing that many podcasts 20 years ago. So ranchers need to get more efficient. It's how do I produce more with less? I've never met a rancher that doesn't say they've got high input costs for feed, for gas, for wear and tear on the vehicle. It's hard to find labour, all those things. So by using technology to run a more efficient operation, it doesn't matter if you're small, medium, or large. You've got to reduce your cost base in order to run an efficient business. And if you don't, chances are you're not going to make any money. And right now, if you're not making money in ranching with the prices as they are, then it probably is better to sell and to find another pursuit. But as you know, for so many people across the country, and what we love about ranching as ranchers is it's a lifestyle business. Ranchers don't walk in at 9 and finish at 5. Ranchers are up when the sun's up. They finish when the sun's down. Yeah, they love being outdoors. They run all of their inputs. They're all business people running a business. It's not just a job you turn up to, do your job and leave. You've got every job to do as a rancher. So it's a lifestyle choice that millions of people align with and like to do. But again, if you are in it to make money and to make a livelihood and leave a legacy for your children and your children's children, then you're going to need to run it efficiently, and you're going to need to think about how do I control my costs and run a more efficient operation. And ranch technology is a really key part of that in this day and age.
Yeah, work smarter, not harder. That's what RanchBot is saying. Monitoring Solutions. RanchBot CEO Andrew Copen joins the show, and water, such a crucial, precious resource in the ranching business. You've got to use it. You can't waste it, and you can't waste your time checking on it. Smart idea, Andrew. I like what you're doing.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for being on the show. Appreciate it. Andrew Copen, cattle expert and CEO of RanchBot, joining the show. Let's take one last break and one more guest. Tim Shepard will be here in a moment.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it. Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake here on a Tuesday version, and this guest is Tim Shepard. Tim, I could spend our entire segment, which is now we're down to 12 minutes because I'm a little late getting to you. Sorry, Tim. I could use all that up describing the ways you have served, volunteered on boards, on doing this and that. I mean, I don't know how you have time for a day job. I hope you don't have one, because all you do is give your time, give back to community. It's unbelievable, the list of stuff. By the way, Tim, congratulations are in order. Kiwanis International selected Tim as a trustee for the U.S.-Canada region. You'll serve for 3 years. What does that mean, Tim? I really don't know. What are you going to find yourself doing? You've been involved in Kiwanis for, a long time. What does this international thing do?
Well, good morning, Jake. I am very, very proud and pleased to be an international trustee. The first part of it is the governance of Kiwanis International. So to sit down and do the policies and the procedures, to really take the time to understand where we're going as an organization and hopefully help chart the course for where we can be. It's tough right now for service organizations. So there's a lot of inward reflection on what we do, how we do it. But at the end of the day, what it's about kids, and it's about communities, and it's about trying to make a difference for those. So that as a trustee, I feel like that's my first and foremost job is to look at communities and look at kids and figure out ways that we can better help them.
Fantastic. I was going to ask you about that because going back 10, 15 years ago, we saw service industries dwindling like Kiwanis hit as hard as anyone. I know here locally, our Jackson, Wyoming, Kiwanis membership down is such crucial organizations, and the membership just not being what it used to be. This used to be, Kiwanis was so robust. People joined Kiwanis, you made those connections for business, and it all for the benefit of kids. Numbers are down. Why is that, and how do we fix that? Is that something you're going to be challenged with?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't get it because, the mission, to serve the world, one child, one community at a time. I don't think it gets much purer than that.
Yeah.
But yet we have a hard time. We're not doing well on strength, and I won't sugarcoat it. My own club, the Great Cheyenne Kiwanis Club, I'll tell you, since COVID, I don't know why that was such a negative experience for us, but I know in the Cheyenne Club we lost 30 members during COVID, and Cheyenne's a big club. It was 300 and some. Now it's down in the 220s. It continues to be a great organization doing great things for Cheyenne and the area. The Jackson Club, even though their numbers are down, they continue to look at ways that they can help and make a difference. But the why, hard for me to, you hear young people don't join. That's not who our primary population is anyway. For us, it's the early retiree, empty nesters, people who have gotten to a point in their life where they can give some additional time is really our sweet spot. So I don't buy the argument that it's young people don't join. I'm not sure young people ever really joined.
Yeah.
So
we're talking to Tim Shepard, just recently selected as trustee for Kiwanis International. That's good news for Kiwanis, I'll tell you that.
Thank you.
Tim, the biggest challenge may not necessarily be what Kiwanis faces. It's what the Green Bay Packers need to do on the football. How do you lose to the Cleveland Browns? They went in there with too much swagger. That's why.
Too much swagger. Well, Rasheed Walker tackle talking about going undefeated when you're 2 games into the season.
Boy, his coach got mad at him for that. He's like, one game at a time.
He should have.
Yeah, the Cleveland was laying in wait for the Pack. They couldn't wait for them to get there. They were licking their chops. I felt like that was coming, but I don't know.
It was painful to hear. I couldn't see the game, but I heard it.
Tim Shepard, by the way, is a big Packers fan. He's also a veteran of the U.S. Army. Shepard, part of the 101st Airborne. All right. So, Kiwanis, what are some of the other things? Now, you've already been involved in governorship in Kiwanis, so this is just taking it to another level, I guess. What are you in store?
It really does. It just takes that, and so part of what I do is work with district governors. So I was a governor. I think one of the reasons I became a trustee was the success that we had when I was a district governor, which was the only district in North America to have membership growth that year. So that gave me a lot of credibility to try to go to the international level.
All about kids, Tim Shepard, Kiwanis. You got kids yourself, including
7 of them.
2 sets of twins?
Back to back.
Oh, man.
14 months apart.
Oh, my goodness. That'll get you kid ready, boy. I'll tell you.
Oh, man, I was. But I'll tell you, the empty nest thing of when they left the house was horrible.
Yeah.
Just horrible. It was just this cacophony of noise and stuff and baseball games and volleyball games and band practice and you name it, we did it.
Yeah. Well, now you fill that time as executive director of Wyoming Veterans Commission, president of Raising Readers in Wyoming, regional director of Wyoming Hunger Initiative. This guy he gives back, man. And the Kiwanis always been important to Tim Shepard in Cheyenne. Anything we can do? What should we do to help out? Where can we want to give you money, want to give you time, you want to get on the internet? What do you think?
Well, I'm always shilling for Raising Readers.
Yeah.
It's a great program, but it is definitely grassroots and could use help. But the Hunger Initiative, I am proud to say that I was just selected as a member of the first Hunger Initiative board. So I'll go from regional director to that position on the board. And I'm just so proud of the work of the First Lady and everyone involved with Hunger Initiative. I think we've just laid that net and said, it stops here. And what I'm most amazed by is how the First Lady was able to talk to those who are involved with food insecurity and get them to come together and work together as a community.
Jenny has been so great at that from day one when she started the whole hunger initiative. You know, we've seen governor, first ladies busy themselves with something. For her, this was serious. Like she is like, we are doing hunger. Yeah, that's fantastic, Tim. I'm glad you're involved in that. Anything you touch, anything you do is better if you're there. Tim Shepard, thanks for being on, man.
Thank you, Jake. And as must be said, go Pack, go.
Go Pack, go. Who do you got this weekend? I think you're playing the Cowboys. Micah
Cowboys
Parsons
on Sunday night.
Oh my! Micah Parsons coming back home. Yep. Oh, that's gonna be fireworks.
It should be an exciting. I mean, he is just a phenomenal athlete.
Oh yeah.
Be able to watch him against the Cowboys, I think, is going to be a lot of fun.
I think, and when Jordan Love settles down and becomes that guy, yeah, you guys are going to be great. Go Pack, go.
You.
Thank you, Tim.
All right. Thanks, Jake.
Cowboys State Daily Show with Jake. Yeah, I'm having fun talking to Tim Shepard. Great to have him on. I'm going to bounce him out of the Zoom room. There he goes. Tim just recently selected. That's recognition. That's prestigious. Global organization elects Tim Shepard to the board of trustees. Kiwanis International tapping Tim Shepard to serve for 3 years. Kiwanis, an important service organization. All the service organizations, whether it's Rotary, Kiwanis, they're all numbers are down. We just don't do things like we used to. You can say COVID. I don't know. I don't know what the reason is. If we knew, it wouldn't be an issue, I guess. That's going to wrap it up for us. A busy Tuesday. And look at that. We've used it all up already. Hey, thanks for being there. Whether you follow us on X, Facebook, YouTube, maybe you run the podcast back, or you're listening on Wyoming Radio everywhere. However you join us, we're happy to have you. That'll do it. We'll see you tomorrow, same time. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.